Well, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Devon, to Dunkeswell Raceway for Event 3 of the 2025 Wera Tours Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the second round of the season for our 4 ROTAX categories and also KZ2 here this weekend. My name's Andrew Mather. Great to be with you once again for all of the heats that we've got in store today. Alongside me in the box is Nicole Sutherland, who is a bit of a local face around here, knows this track very, very well, so very glad to have your knowledge, Nicole, in the box today. The elephant not in the room in some ways. That's a really cool way of describing Henry. Henry did arrive, for those of you on Henry Watch, but he's taken ill. He's got a very bad case of tonsillitis, so he's resting up at home in our media team cabin in the woods, and will hopefully be back with us tomorrow. Length of this circuit, it's had a lot of development over the last couple of years. It's the first time that we've been here since 2021. Just over 1 kilometre in length, 10 turns out there. Not really any elevation change. It's a classic British karting circuit alongside an airfield, of course, and we're coming up on most of 60 years of racing here in this part of the world. Conditions are good. Windy, of course, again, because we are at an airfield. A few clouds in the sky. We're up in the high teens today. Questionable as to whether that's going to be the case tomorrow. But for all the heats today, it is going to be dry tyres and very grippy conditions around a circuit that, Nicole, I think a lot of the drivers are really enjoying being back here at Dunks.
Well, for some drivers out there, they're returning drivers that have been here before in the British Kart Championship, and then we've got a lot of rookie drivers out there as well, or drivers that just haven't been in the championship for as long, who are coming here for the first time. Absolutely.
Here we are in the box, brand new comms box here. Very lovely to have our look over the track for all the races that we've got in store for you today. So essentially it's the heats for everybody out there. All the ROTAX categories race twice across the course of this afternoon, and we've got KZ2 timed qualifying for you here today as well. Their racing starts proper tomorrow. All of the scoring for today through the heats is to set the grid for the super heats tomorrow. Super heats then happen Sunday morning, and it's the top 34 in each category that race through into the final for, as we say, the second round of the championship. We were last at Warden Law. Let's actually have a look at the timetable. Screenshot this on your phone. This, of course, is subject to change, of course, but as things are standing, the plan is that we'll get going at 1:50 for Minimax's first heat. That'll be a Groups B versus C race. The groups determined by time of qualifying earlier on this morning and early afternoon. Senior ROTAX are then next up at 2:10. Big juniors grid here today. Over 50 drivers, so there'll be 2 heats for the juniors for A versus D and B versus C at 2:30 and 2:50. Micromax, all of them in one group together at 3:10. KZ2 will then have a little chat about when they go out for their quali simulation at 3:30, and then it's rinse and repeat again for those five heats in the same order. Minimax, then senior, 2 rounds of junior, and the second Micromax heat. That takes us through to around 5 o'clock. Quali for KZ2 at 5:20, and then Minimax and senior ROTAX heat 3 within the classes, but everybody in those races, that is their second race. The A groups in Minimax and senior ROTAX sit out the first round of heats. They get the privilege of that, having been the slightly faster drivers across the course of time qualifying early on today. Nicole, we were having a bit of a chat for circuit comms in qualifying. What have you been seeing? What have you been thinking about the competition here this weekend from those sessions?
Well, there's a bit of a theme going on between the drivers in quali, where the top 5 in almost every qualifying session is split up by about 1/10 of a second, which is nothing.
Nothing at all.
That means those drivers out there are actually going around and basically doing identical things, both on the power, on the brakes, steering inputs. It's pretty impressive. So expect some really, really, close racing. But this kind of circuit as well, it's a bit of a phrase, you've got to get the damage done on the first couple of laps before it starts to spread out and drivers start to pull away. So definitely watch out for that, especially within our mini group where it all gets a little bit busy, especially when you've got that many quick drivers, that many competitive drivers right at the front of the field. We've not really got anybody out of position at the front end of the field. It's the names that you would expect, the likes of Haynes, Murrow, Roots, Austin Oman is up there, Josh Cook, Josh Griffin, and then our O-plate driver Max Jolly.
Let's take an onboard lap round this circuit. We've also got some things in the skies to keep an eye on today for our entertainment. But yeah, the onboard laps here, I think we're going to have our Minimax one from Maria Roberto earlier on in the week. Nicole, talk us through.
So she's heading down then into pit bend, nice and late and hard on the brakes. It's one of those long sweeping corners where you can actually go in really hard on the front end. It's then down into the chicane section, so it's a sharp left, then you cut back on yourself on the right hand side. You then head down past the airfield, down the mini straight and into another right hand hairpin, and then back on yourself once again into a left hand hairpin. You can see there from Maria, those steering inputs just very minimal. You've got a lot of tyre to be used. It's then down into the far section, which is called Hanger. That corner is a bit blind. You can't see a lot as a driver as you're heading down into there. This section then, this corner is called the dog leg. That first curb is clipped by a lot of the drivers in the mini class. Some of the senior drivers, prefer to clip that second corner, and you can actually see on the track the marks of where those drivers are really clattering those curbs to try and get the maximum out of the ROTAX engine, keep those revs up as you head into that section.
Absolutely. So just having a look down in the pre-grid area, first race of the day will be Minimax. Let's talk you through the story of Minimax from Warden Law, of course. Everyone's raced in the opening round of those at the top end of the standings. Max Jolly enters this weekend as your championship leader, 125 points acquired from a possible 130 for Max Jolly from his home circuit up at Karting North East. Edward Haynes is second in the championship, 3 points further back. Tom Reed for SFR Motorsport is third ahead of Alfie Mayer. So it's 2 Strawberries followed by 2 SFR runners in the top 4. Lucian Smith is fifth in the standings, actually a tie for fifth with Sebastian Behrman, Oliver Spencer. Spencer, who of course took the checkered flag first on the road, but then had a post-race time penalty, which moved him down the order a bit. Josh Cormack, Austin Gibson and Leo Livings completing the top 10 in the standings as things are heading into this second round. And we should mention as well the likes of Emerson Makanja-Uren, who was very quick at Warden Law, had a retirement in the final. So expect him to be strong again this weekend and hopefully a bit more luck. And Joshua Cook as well, reigning World Grand Finals champion, ROTAX Grand Finals champion, is in the mid-pack as well in the championship standings. This has been the category that I've been saying since the start of the year, Nicole, is really the one to watch. It is so competitive in this this Minimax category. For those of you who weren't with us at Warden Law, you've got a lot of seeded drivers from 2024, like your Emerson Makanja-Urens, like your Ollie Spencers. Those are all the ones with the single digit or single character numbers. They've stayed, they've got a good level of experience, and they've got a very strong batch of Micromax runners from 2024 as well. They've stepped up.
Is in there, like you just said. You've got those younger drivers that have jumped up from minis. Jolly, Behrman, quick in micros, and have jumped straight into the mini, and they're doing the exact same thing. There we just said his name, Sebastian Behrman, the 137 on your screen. He's one of those drivers that have got into things and managed to adapt really, really quickly.
There's one of the planes coming in, the airfield alongside. We've had parachuters coming in so far this weekend. Wing walkers as well, I'm just hearing in my ears. We have a look over the Mechanics Gallery. Give us a wave, everybody, out there on the new Mechanics Gallery to those at home. This circuit as well, I always refer to Donington Park in this regard. Yes, I know it's a full car circuit, but it's very similar in a regard. It's got a runway just over the far end of it that certain parts of the track because you've got planes coming over and they're dropping things on the circuit, is it the surface is a little bit different? Is that a similar case here, or is it a bit more neutral around this 1 kilometre circuit?
Well, back in the day, you used to find that the far end of the track, so when you head down into hangar, sometimes that part of the track, especially when you had planes kind of flying around that section, would actually get a bit dirty, and you'd notice difference in the sector times throughout the day. You'd have a couple of sessions where the track would really fall away from you, and then it would light back up again in the afternoon, where those planes have stopped flying around, they've stopped blowing dust around that part of the circuit. But you get it around Pit Bend especially, it never really changes. There's nothing going on that part of the track. But where it's quite a long run from one end to another, you do see that change. Here we go then for the first heat of the day. We've got our Minimaxes hitting the track.
Let's take you through then for the first heat of the weekend. It's Minimax 950 that gets us going for this one. The grid will be with us shortly. This is a Group B versus Group C race. The groups determined by timed qualifying earlier on today. So second in that timed qualifying going into Group B was Riley Morrow. Starts this race from pole. James Roots is alongside on the front row in Group C. Austin Oman and Joshua Cook, they form up the second row of the grid ahead of Max Jolly and Emerson McAndrew-Wren on row 3, Josh Cormack and Oliver Spencer on row 4.
Going from row number 5, we have Christian Sangatuni with Benjamin Lawn. From row 6, we have
Alfie Mayer and Tom Reed. Very quick start. We get things going then for the first race of the weekend. Oh, and there's immediately a problem there for Austin Oman, who was sideways down into turn 1, has kept control of it, is there in second place. Through the complex they go for the first time. I think it's one of the Sam Pollard's that's got through to the... No, it's one of the SFRs perhaps that's got through to the front. And the highest starting one of them was Alfie Mayer, all the way back in 11th place. So it's been a real jumbled up start for this one here at Dunkeswell to get us going. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Of course, as down the inside there goes Riley Morrow for third place. Bit of a shaky start then for Minimax 950. We'll count them through at the end of the first lap. I'm expecting some big moves up and some big moves down the order. It is Alfie Mayer, I thought it was, who's come through to the front of the order. Started 11th, Nicole. Not quite sure how Alfie's done that, but he's in good form. A tremendous start up to P1.
Would be so interested to know how Alfie Mayer broke formation right at the start there. Wondering if he maybe took the long way round and went round the outside. We didn't quite get to take a look, but Riley Morrow, who started at the front, has dropped down into third. We saw him through hangar pick up a position once again on that previous lap, but he has dropped down the order so far. Drivers on the move then, at the start of this one, we have Aidan Hammond. He's gone up by 11 places. Maximilian Abrahart up by 10, and Nelson Taylor up by 10 as well. It's that kind of circuit, that long sweeping corner of Pit Bend on an early lap then just shows you can get a lot of work done really early, and we said it when they were on the pre-grid. Damage done on those first couple of laps.
Absolutely. So Mayer leads from Oman, Morrow in third. Good start for Sanguinetti as well, the Canadian for Strawberry Racing, the first of the Strawberry Racing contenders out there in this one. Max Jolly holding in the top 5. Going the other way, Emerson McAndrew-Wren, is there trouble out there, Nicole?
Yeah, Emerson McAndrew-Wren then has dropped right down the order. He sat there in 22nd, and we've lost Tom Reed has dropped down the order as well. So Tom is sat there in 23rd behind Emerson. There is a gap between those two. Not sure if that drama was the two drivers together, but two of our typically front runners have actually found themselves at the back of the field early on. Yeah,
two of the seeded drivers, Emerson McAndrew-Wren, the number 3 seed, of course, Tom Reed, the number 10, move there. One of the KRs to the inside, having a battle in and around there. I think that was Oliver Spencer and James Roots. James Roots in the global karting entry, fighting over P10. So a bit of a mixed up and slightly chaotic start in terms of those results for Minimax 950. Remember, it's these 2 heats today and then the super heat tomorrow. Those races all have points, intermediate points acquired through them, and it's the top 34 who will qualify for Sunday's final. Championship points are awarded, of course, at the end of all of the heats. So there's 2 point scoring stages tomorrow. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Nicole, and it feels like this one's starting to get into a bit of a rhythm.
Well, Alfie Meyer is still your race leader, but he's being chased by the two Sam Pollitt drivers of Oman and Murrow. So it is SFR against SPR early on. Murrow is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He sat in third. So actually, Andrew, watch Murrow try and catch up to Oman and actually probably try and push Oman through on Meyer. This is the type of circuit where you're going to see a lot of that, drivers working in pairs, because it is that one you can brake really late and hard and push each other through, open that gap and go in as groups of drivers, you know, really try and make it hard work. You've then maybe got a little bit of tactics going on between the two Strawberry drivers in fourth and fifth, so Christian and Jolly, the 120 and the O-plate. See how they maybe work together to catch up to the two SPRs in front of them, because we've still got a long way to go. These are 10-minute heats. We've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So actually, to make a move right now, it might cost you a little bit too much time.
Yeah, still a good amount of time on the clock. This is a really good start to the weekend for Christian Sanguinetti. Canadian driver, you can see from the suit there, from his nation representing racing in the ROTAX ladder. Why is it a big improvement? Well, P39 in the classifications at Warden Law, so didn't make the final at Karting Northeast for the opening round of this championship. So to see the Canadian up there in the top 5, that is a mighty step forward, holding off the O-plate winner Max Jolly. Max Jolly, who took that place, of course, at PF International earlier on in the year. Here's an attack from one of the KRs. Was that Ollie Spencer on the move, perhaps? Ollie Spencer's been going forward. Now it's the 175 who is charging through. That's Joshua Cook, another one of the drivers looking for big things at the moment. So that's Joshua Cook up to 9th place. I
think it's Sebastian Behrman that's finding himself in a little bit of a fight, and now we've got to move for the race lead. Austin Oman then overtaking into the left-hander, and we've got the other SPR driver of Riley Murrow following through Hanger. So like we said, Andrew, those two SPR drivers did exactly what we said, work together and push through to overtake Alfie Meyer for that 1 and 2 spot.
Austin Oman, one of the graduates from last year's Micromax category, arguably the strongest performer of those drivers taking that step up, as back comes Alfie Meyer, has a go at Riley Murrow into the complex for second place. Murrow is wise to it, holds him off. That allows Austin Oman just to break away a little bit. Meyer's going to have another go down the inside. That's a lovely piece of overtaking by Alfie Meyer, but has he run a little bit too deep into the hairpin? No, gets it all together, but look at how they're now being caught by Christian Sanguinetti there in 4th place and Max Jolly in 5th. This has been a very good lap for Austin Oman. Decisive move 1 lap ago, and he's going to have a lead probably of about 4/10 at the end of this one, Nicole.
That decision by Alfie Meyer there to use all of Sector 2 to fight with Riley Murrow has really written an invitation to those two Strawberry drivers to catch up and turn it into a battle between the top 5. Maria Roberto then, our onboard driver, trying to make an overtake into pit bend, but you can just see in that corner where the drivers don't hold the brake. If they're going to overtake, if they roll off the brake, they're going to get overtaken right back again, and that's what just happened to Maria as she attempted a move. She's slightly further down the order, but that is one of those sacrifices where you really don't want to make that mistake and, you know, give up those positions back again. But eyes back on this battle for that race lead. Austin Oman is pulling away slightly now from Alfie Meyer. He's about half a second in front of the rest of the field. So it's now the remaining of this race is all, I think, going to be dependent on whether or not Meyer and Murrow decide to fight it out with the 120 and the O-plate. Absolutely.
It's been a very good race for Aidan Hammond. He's up in 6th place at the moment. Another... Oh, there's a spin there for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. I thought he was going to get stuck on the curb there. But what a real disaster of a race for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Had that problem early on, set back on lap 1. Oh, as the number 9 there, that's Josh Cormack, has obviously had a breakage of the bottom clip for the NASA panel, not the front fairing, but the bottom fixing for the NASA panel. That means it's stuck straight up to the North Star at the moment. That is going to be the end of the race for Josh Cormack, yeah, you'd imagine. And yep, straight on cue, technical flag is out for the number 9, so Cormack's going to need to come in. We'll be able to get it repaired, but only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the clock in terms of a good result for Cormack. That is things done. I shouldn't mention as well, Nelson Taylor, I think, is out of this race as well. Hasn't been scored as coming through since the end of lap number 5. Here is a good fight, though. This is for 3rd place, Murrow and Sanguinetti. This really is a good performance from Sanguinetti, who's taking it to a regular face in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Riley Murrow's very experienced hand, has come up through the Bambino ranks, raced in micro in previous years as well. He's had a solid start to the Minimax season. 60 seconds and counting to go. Nicole, who's impressed you in this race?
Definitely Austin Oman. Really controlled race by Oman. Got into the race lead. No mistakes from him so far, but also you can't deny that Alfie Mayer has had a great start, to his day, up by 9 positions, and it was a gain of 11 within 1 lap. Very impressive by the driver. Yeah,
Aidan Hammond, who did make the final at Warden Law, as into the pits comes Josh Cormack. Yeah, that is not a happy sight for the KR Sport driver, who's out of this race after that technical flag. Yeah, Aidan Hammond P25 in the final at Warden Law, so a big opportunity here to get points on the board, intermediate points on the board, and then look to convert that through to championship points later on in the weekend. Don't worry about Sanguinetti falling down the order momentarily there. I think there's some manual timekeeping work going on at the moment. Leo Livings down the inside. Nice move there by Leo Livings. That's for 13th place past teammate Maria Roberto. Time is up. Oh, there's a bit of a problem there for the 199 of Elijah West. Had gained 8 places up to that point. Was in the top 15. Was just fallen behind Benjamin Lawn there for Coles Racing in the 185. Next time the drivers come around, they will see the final lap board. Mayer has been chipping away at the race lead, but Austin Oman's got this one comfortably in his hands right now. We had a quick sight there of Maximilian Eberhardt and Sebastian Behrman, the 123 and the 137, just outside the top 10 as things stand. So it's Oman from Mayer, Murrow, Sanguinetti and Jolly, your top 5 on the final lap of this race. Tell you what, Alfie Mayer's had a very good start to this final lap of the first heat of the weekend. Is not a million miles behind Austin Oman, but has got to remember as well, this is a heat. This is a good turnaround for Mayer, up 9 places from where we saw the 115 start. Bigger sends possibly will come tomorrow in the final. Checkered flag is being prepared, just the dog leg to go. The chicane breaking up that final straight, and it's going to be a win for Austin Oman at the start of the weekend. Very good stuff indeed. Austin Oman takes maximum intermediate points from this first race of 3 for Minimax 950 here today. Alfie Mayer P2 picked his way through the events there on lap 1. Riley Murrow 3rd. Brilliant drive from Christian Sanguinetti. A breakthrough drive in P4. First of the Strawberry Racing team home. Max Jolly completes the top 5 ahead of your biggest mover in that race in a forward direction. Aidan Hammond gains 11 places ahead of Joshua Cook, Oliver Spencer, James Roots and Harry Radcliffe, completing the top 10, Nicole.
Remaining second part of your field then is Abrahart from Behrman. We've then got Leo Livings in 13th ahead of teammate Maria Roberto. It's then Giannone with Lawn, Elijah West, Luke Millwood, James Devereaux and Tom Reed that round out your top 20. Tough start of the day then for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who finished in 21st. And then your 3 retirements in that one include Josh Cormack, Nelson Taylor and George Swire.
Indeed. So the B and C groups head back in. The next time we will see them, just consulting our timetable, of course. Group C will be back out for their second race at 3:40. That'll of course be against Group A. Group A sit this initial round of heats out. So they'll have a little bit of a tyre advantage, but this isn't the biggest circuit for tyre degradation, so some good hopes there for Group C. Group B will be out towards the end of the day. Their second race, also against Group A, of course, will be at 5:32. So if you're particularly following any of the drivers in those groups, keep a note of those times. But do stick with us here at Dunkeswell for first day of racing for Event 3 on the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Riley Murrow and Austin Oman having a bit of a chat there over the stories of their races. Austin Oman, it's about this stage last year in the Micromax category where Austin really took a big stride forward. Was one of the first winners for SPR in these championships back at Lark Hall last year. More from the minis later on. Seniors coming up after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back here to Dunkeswell, Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for you today. Deputising, stepped in from, well, I'd say the cold. It's relatively warm out there today. It's warmer than it was at Warden Law. Deputising for Henry Baudet, who's resting up ahead of tomorrow. Seniors next, Nicole. Very intrigued to see how the seniors get on this this weekend. What have you been hearing? What have you been seeing out for free practice?
Well, you've got a mix of drivers in this grid, and you've got, you know, I think all of them are so close. There's some really seriously quick ones. I think talk of today so far is that intermediate classification. You've got the two DHR drivers of Matthew Higgins and Lizzie Mentier that were your two fastest. Higgins in Group 1 and Mentier in Group 2. They're then followed shortly behind by two Strawberry drivers. So we've got Smith and Bartle. So it's DHR versus Strawberry so far. They're your top four. And in this one, I wouldn't even want to call it, Andrew.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be feisty.
It is indeed. So you've got a total of 39 drivers across the whole category here this weekend. 26 of them race in this one, and some returning faces as well. Let's go for it. Seniors are up next. Let's get ready for it then. Heat 1 of the day for senior ROTAX. Lizzie Mentier starts on pole position. Charlie Smith alongside on the front row. Lewis Gilbert, winner last time out at Warden Law. It's alongside Guy Cunnington for row number 2. Third row of the grid, Matty Hingley and Joshua Graham look for a good start. Jack West and Kai Hunter are on row 4.
Row number 5, we have Archie Walker with Lewis Goff. 6 is Joshua Turnbull and William Antrobus. And then shortly behind on 7 is Hugh Moulton with Neo Clark. For Strawberry, we have Kean Garrity, and for Hunter Motorsport, we have Tyler Harris. And then behind them, we have William Pemble and Rachel Robertson.
Mikey Walker and Teddy Pritchard Williams go from row number 10. It's then Pearson Bullock Carter and Deacon Russell on row 11. Jack Baker and Harrison Crowther, who's changed teams this weekend, start on row 12, Jack Gillingham, and a returning Sam Marsh for the first time in 10 years. Races. It's a former British title holder, of course, older brother of Scott. We wish Scott Marsh all the best. He's sat at home recovering from a broken hand, wrist injury that he sustained at Champions of the Future Portimao a couple of weeks ago. But from everyone here in the Rear Tools British Kart Championships, we do wish Scott a speedy recovery. 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Can Lizzie Mentier continue the good form that we saw last time out at Warden Law? It's a good start at the first time of asking. Into pits, Ben. Mentier holds the race lead. It's 3 wide, maybe 4 wide in the second half of the field. Into the complex then. Good start for Lewis Gilbert as well. Immediately up to second place. Top of the standings after Warden Law had a tremendous run and was the winner of the senior race the last time we came here in 2021. So Lewis Gilbert has a strong record, even though he's from Scotland, a long way from this part of the world. He knows how to pedal around this place. Into the last couple of corners on this first lap, and we've already got a technical flag, Nicole. Hugh Moulton's 353 is going to have to come into the pits. Race over.
Like you said then, it's a good start by Lewis Gilbert. Really forced the American of Charlie Smith right round the outside on that opening lap through pit bend. Heads down then into the chicane section, really chasing down Lizzie Mentier. But Lizzie just tightening up the corners on the early stages, really trying not to give Lewis that breathing room. It's a 3-pack getaway though at the start of this race. It really is Mentier, Gilbert and Charlie Smith out there. Charlie Smith, rookie driver within this championship this year, new to the Vera Tools British Kart Championship, joined us from the States then this weekend. We've got a few drivers joined us from the USA. We've got Lillian Scarborough, she's also out here, the driver from Georgia, but in the junior class. But in the seniors then, Charlie Smith there sat in third. Good job so far by him this weekend. Andrew, the train of karts then that we've got going on really at the front end of the field, it's led by Lizzie. We've then got Lewis Gilbert, Smith, Matty Hingley is in there. Gilbert then down the inside of Lizzie Mentier. That opens the door to Charlie Smith to get himself into second position. So Lizzie having to concede that place out of the chicane section. That's then brought Matty Hingley ever so closer, who is towing round Guy Cunnington. We've then got Jack West and Archie Walker within this one. Walker really familiar with the circuit here already, one of those drivers that's been in this championship for a long time, has raced in the British Championship round this track before, so expect familiar things from him this weekend. Back of your screen then, we just saw Hugh Moulton exiting the circuit. That is for that technical flag that he was given. But back to this fight between your top 10 really, Andrew. You know, really just a long train of karts heading through that chicane section.
I think one of the things that impressed me most about Lewis Gilbert's win at Warden Law is there is Hugh Moulton now. Can we see what the problem is? It wasn't bumpers or anything like that. I wonder if it was even something like a chain guard. That's just me speculating at the moment. But the news is that the 353 chain guard is gone. That's a safety issue. And out, I've got to say, that was a very quick spot by whoever did that out on a circuit. Very sharp eyes from our observers here today. 7 minutes to go then. Gilbert leads, Smith P2. Half a move there by Guy Cunnington just to defend from Archie Walker. Archie Walker in very good form entering this weekend. There was a club round here at Dunkeswell 2 weekends ago. In the senior ROTAX category, a number of the drivers that you see on this grid, not necessarily Dunks regulars, but came for a practice, came for effectively a pre-round, and Archie Walker won it. So we know that Walker's got good race pace with that setup at this part of the year. You can just see him in 6th place there in the purple and blue and white of KR Sports.
Smith then, now your fastest driver on the track, sets a 45.41, chasing down Lewis Gilbert. You said just then, Andrew, they had that test weekend, the test race, the pre-round, a lot of the drivers refer to it as, but also a lot of them were here last weekend, did a long weekend worth of testing, and Charlie Smith was one of those drivers out there for 2 days, really putting in those laps. And I think it's one of those tracks, a little bit like PF, you just need to get the laps in.
You need time. You need time to get into the rhythm of this place. Right now, Lewis Gilbert definitely in the rhythm. such strong form right now. So it's the rest of this field to do something about it. There's Cian Geraghty in the 379. 8th place at the moment. It's been a bit of a slower start to the weekend for the senior Strawberry Racing contingent. It looked very quick, that team, in the younger categories, but a bit of work to do perhaps for them here to break up into the top positions. Once again, this is another category where there will be a cut-off after the super heats tomorrow. Everybody will race through these 2 heats individually and 1 super heat tomorrow, and then it's the top 34 who will compete in the final. No repechage, no last chance qualifiers to boost through into that final, so you've got to get the business done through these heats. Bit of a gap forming there behind Jack West. Jack West had a good run in the pre-round, was 3rd on the podium here 2 weeks ago, but right now he's being dropped by the driver who just beat him in that final, Guy Cunnington, and directly behind it's Archie Walker and Joshua Graham trying to find a way through Jack West there for 6th place.
Watch now Lizzie Mentier, she's on the charge back up to Charlie Smith, almost 2/10 of a lap faster in that previous lap. Just looked like she was almost having a look going down the mini straight into that tight right hand hairpin, but it's really closed back up again for this top 5 position. So that previous lap, like I said, Lizzie catching back up again. 4 minutes on the clock to go, so plenty of time for those overtakes. No attempt just yet from Charlie Smith to go for that race lead. Not quite close enough to Lewis Gilbert. We've got 5-second time penalty then for the 351, which is
Lewis Goff in 17th place,
then.
yeah.
So Lewis, 5 seconds, that drops him down the order. You know, quite a way. That's going to end him in about 23rd.
Yeah, not a good race for Lewis Goff. Good progress from Sam Marsh, by the way, who did have problems in qualifying, but we saw was quick in free practice. He was telling me yesterday, you know, yeah, a little bit older than most of the drivers here. After 6 or 7 laps, the arms start to get a bit heavy. They start to ache. Not perhaps got as much race fitness, but I tell you what, at the end of 8 laps, Sam Marsh has gained 8 spots out there. It's a good run into the top 20.
I'm quite enjoying watching Sam because the last time I raced here, and it was 2022, I was with Coles, and Sam was my driver coach. So now I get to watch him drive round. Like you just said a minute ago, he said to me yesterday he does 6 laps and he's knackered. So all those times he told me off for being too tired, the roles are reversed now, Sam.
You can tell him now. We've got all the cameras around the circuit. You go back to him this evening and say, well,
you're looking
the
a
reason
bit
why
tired,
you're down the
mate.
field, Sam, you need to be doing this, that and the other to get yourself up towards the front. That's a nice move. That's Matty Hingley down the inside of Lizzie Mentier. That was for 3rd place. Matty Hingley's had a really good start to this season, has been rolling back the years himself. The man from St Asaph's is up to that 3rd place now, but has got to chase in on Charlie Smith, who does have the fastest lap in this race so far. Just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock then. Lewis Gilbert starting to stretch away. Has he played the tactics right again? We saw him do this at Warden Law. Keep it bunched up, keep it tight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and the rest of them in the early stages of a race, particularly through the tight and twisty stuff. And then just as he gets towards 3 to go, 2 to go, that's when he's able to just stretch it out a bit and get himself in a comfortable position. It was a masterclass from the Scotsman at Karting North East. He's not needed to do it as hard of a backup here at Dunkeswell. It's not as would you say, Nicole, whereas at Karting North East there were a lot of overtaking opportunities where you could be deep on the brakes. Here, because you've got a few medium speed corners, you've got to pick your moments, haven't you? There's less chances to get through.
Yeah, you definitely are right in saying these are 2 completely different circuits. You know, Warden Law really fast, really flowing. You know, you've got to be brave on those overtakes. This one, more sweeping corners, a little bit more settled down. But I think you can get it done here. You've just got to have that bravery to kind of go in, trust the brake, trust the grip that's out there, because there's a lot of it and you can find it, use it to really just get the kart stopped, go in on the front end and make those overtakes. It's not impossible. You can get it done, but it is one of those places where you have to maybe just be a little bit more patient.
Less gung-ho.
Yes.
Yeah. Good fight going on at the moment between Guy Cunnington and Archie Walker. This is for 5th place, just going through Pitts Bend now. Behind them, Jack West Cian Geraghty, Joshua Graham. As through there initially goes Walker through the tight and twisty stuff. Cunnington's going to have a cut back here as they go onto the back straight. That's going to allow Jack West to rejoin the party, and through has gone Archie Walker. Oh, a bit of a hip check there from Guy Cunnington just to assert himself in 6th place now. No way through for Jack West. Cian Geraghty, Joshua Graham and William Antrobus. I'm going to start calling him Darth Waft because he's still got the 8-ball helmet, as Sam Pollitt Racing are describing it. But William Antrobus, very strong in the junior categories last year, stepped up to seniors for 2025, has got a new race lid on the way, but in the meantime, that black helmet and black visor, Darth Waft, is closing in, solidly scoring in the top 10.
That battle then between Guy Cunnington and Archie Walker has just left him vulnerable to Jack West, and that's this pack following him behind. You know, we've got Jack West there just tightening up that second sector to see if he can try and get something done. But we just saw it, that battle that we had going on between Walker and Guy Cunnington really lost Guy a lot of time. You know, Walker now has not really got to worry about this train of karts behind him.
Yeah.
It really is Guy that's in a little bit of trouble on this final lap that we're heading into.
We are indeed on the final lap. Lewis Gilbert clear at the moment, looking good again to get a big haul of intermediate classification points on the board from this first race. Charlie Smith's not got 2nd place sewn up yet. Matty Hingley's looking quick in the second half of this one. Lizzie Mentie's on for good points as well there in 4th place. Heading into the last big braking zone on this final lap. No changes in position. I think all of these drivers know that they've just got to carry these points through. It's useful points to have at this stage of the weekend. Lewis Gilbert takes us from Warden Law to Dunkeswell and continues this winning streak. Takes it by 3/4 of a second ahead of Charlie Smith, Matty Hingley, Lizzie Mentier and Archie Walker, all in the top 5. Solid starts for them. Guy Cunnington, Jack West, Cian Geraghty, Joshua Graham and William Antrobus complete the top 10 for the first heat of the day. That'll be done for groups B and C until their second races later on this afternoon. But this form from Lewis Gilbert continues on and on. Here's the second half of that order. William Pemble, Teddy Pritchard Williams. Good drive there from Teddy. Up 8 spots for the Origin Motorsport team. Still, I think, finding their feet a little bit in this championship, but the experience of Pritchard Williams propelling them forward. Josh Turnbull, Neo Clark, Kai Hunter, all in the top 15. Tough race there for Kai Hunter. Up 10 spots. Biggest mover, Sam Marsh, after 10 years away, finished P16 there for TH Course. Mikey Walker, Harrison Crowther, Lewis Goff, Pearson Bullock, Carter all in the top 20 on the road. Remember, Lewis Goff does have a 5-second penalty from earlier in the race. Tyler Harris, Rachel Robinson, Jack Baker, Deacon Russell and Jack Gillingham, the last of the 25 finishers. So that 5-second one for Goff will drop him down to P24 as things stand. One retirement, which was for a missing chain guard, number 353 of Hugh Moulton. Steady race that, I thought, that there, Nicole. Good starts for Lewis Gilbert, continuing the form that we saw at round 1.
Yeah, we saw very minimal changes positions after, you know, probably the 3rd or 4th lap. Spreads out a little bit, and then you just get these trains of karts that just tend to kind of follow each other around. You know, not really much damage going on for anybody out there. No major movers within that other than Sam Marsh, but of course when you're starting that far back at the back of the order, you've really got to be a bit brave and try and get something done. You said, you know, Sam, 10 years since his last race, but never left a kart paddock. He's always been around, so, you know, you'd expect, still knows what he's doing.
Still knows what he's doing. Still got the ability as well. That's what's impressed me so much with Sam this weekend. To say it's a shame that he had those problems in TQ, but to see him right up there with a very, very strong senior grid with your Bishops, with your Higginses and Cunningtons and all the likes. So yeah, keep an eye on Marsh across the course of the weekend. Timetable-wise, Group B we'll start with Group C because they're out a little bit earlier. Group C will have their second race at 4 o'clock local time here in the UK. That'll, of course, be against Group A. Group B will have their second race. That was anyone starting on drivers right on the inside, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc., etc. Their second race of the day will be the very last one for the whole thing, 5:52. They will go for another one against Group A. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one for senior Rotax before we move to the juniors. See Sam Marsh having a little discussion there with Kai Hunter. This was the run into turn 1. Good start from Lizzie Mentia. I think learning from the experience gained at Warden Law, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. Lewis Gilbert just using that pole, being on that pole side to his advantage at the start and just forcing Charlie Smith out wide. This was the stage that it all just kind of turned into trains of karts going round the circuit. You know, no real big packs. It was just sort of one thing. Archie Walker was definitely on the charge throughout that one. Used Pit Ben to his advantage throughout and really made those overtakes. Had a battle going on between him and Guy Cunnington through the chicane section. Guy tried to get him back going down the mini straight, but it didn't quite work out and then made him vulnerable to the rest of the pack. We saw him in the remainder of the race really trying to have to defend for that position. There on your screen, though, is William Antrobus, who finished in 10th, got himself into the top 10, went up by 2 places, sporting that 8-ball helmet once again this weekend for the Sam Pollett team.
Lewis Gilbert on top once again in the seniors. We'll catch up with them again later on in the day. Juniors coming up after this. Start your journey today indeed. Head across to Motorsport UK TV. Hello to all of our viewers on the Motorsport UK TV platform and to all of you on YouTube as well. I knew we'd forgotten something. This is what Bodette normally does, but he's resting up at the moment. Let's have a look at some of your comments and how you're getting on today. Let's say who you're supporting. Let us know here at the circuit. Lo and behold, they're now pausing on us, the comments here in the box. But do get them coming in. Juniors up next. Big field of juniors, 56 in total. This is going to be the hardest one to qualify for that final. Because again, it's 34 going through, so just about a quarter to a third are unfortunately not going to make it. So these 2 rounds of heats that we're going to see here today, Nicole, very important. Yeah, absolutely. We're still very early on in the season, and it's not like some of our other BKC weekends where it's double headers. It's just those 1 round of points, but points mean prizes, and this is a long game, and every heat counts. Let's go for it then. Junior Rotax, Heat 1, out next. Let's take you through it then for heat number 1. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Jacob Ashcroft starts on pole position. He's joined by his teammate Noah Barham on the front row. It's a top 2 row lockout for DHR. Cameron Nelson starts alongside Harry Taylor. Row 3, Alfie McBain starts with Ellis Bell. On row 4, Oliver White and Luca Holmes-Balak.
Going from row number 5, we have Albert Friend and Benjamin Baker. Shortly behind on 6 is Kian Bernard, the Vera Tools back driver with Matej Koberhitse. From 7, we have Ryan Gandor with William Archer, and from 8, we have Louis Radcliffe with Riley Cranham.
On to the 9th row of the grid, Harry Holland and Jensen Chalk are inside the top 20. That's completed by Hani Sadiq on debut in the championship alongside James Kell. On row 11, Sam Mott and Jack Collinson. Row 12, Samir Paul and Joel Dixon Cohen. One more page to go. It's Sam Kohler and Lillian Scarborough on row 13. It's a 28-strong field completed by DeJean Bennett, and Thomas Harper. Thomas Harper, who had problems in qualifying, did not set a lap time. Can anyone break the form of Jacob Ashcroft? Round winner, of course, at Warden Law. Heads into this weekend as championship leader. We are racing in Junior Rotax, and it's an aggressive run into the first corner, and in the middle there, were that problems for Albie Friend? Yes, it was. And also, Harry Holland's been involved with an incident with one of the MLC drivers, which I think is going to be Jensen Chalk. So, turn 1 catches some drivers out once again. At the very front of the field, though, Dan Holland Racing have looked so strong so far this weekend, particularly in the juniors. It is still their 1 through 4 lockout. Nicole, Jacob Ashcroft looking to break away.
Yeah, like you said, DHR then 4 strong and the early stages. Kian Bernard on the screen just looks like he's picked up a few positions as they head under the start-finish gantry. It is Bernard that's jumped up by 4 places to 7th. Ryan Gandor has followed shortly behind, jumping up 5. Those drivers then from 7th to 10th really look like they've followed each other around and made up some positions as they get all crossed up going out of the complex there. They are those drivers in that top 10 really trying to fight it out for position then. Cole's drivers on your screen almost getting caught out. That's the 246 of Ellis Bell, and now it's all going on just behind Ellis Bell. We've got more battles going on between Louis Radcliffe, Riley Cranham and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Going back to the front end of your order though, it is Jacob Ashcroft from Cameron Nelson. We then have Noah Barham. Harry Taylor was previously in 4th, has lost a position to Alfie McBain, who's racing for Hunter Motorsport this year. So Alfie McBain, strong start within this one, but your top 3 just look like they're starting to break away slightly. Jacob Ashcroft then heading down into that tight right-hander, lifts that rad cover, just heating up this afternoon, I think, Andrew.
Yep.
We're in the comms box. You've got a bit of a breeze from the AC in here, but I'd say out there actually on track, things getting warmer for the tyres, for the engines, and for those drivers. And fastest driver then is your race leader, Jacob Ashcroft. So really just using that clean air that's cooling that kart down to his absolute advantage. Air
temperature at the moment 17 degrees. It's very open circuit here at Dunkeswell, of course. There's Kian Bernard in the 282. That's the Rear Tools Alliance Academy backed driver. Represented the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy competition last year. So as a very impressive young pilot, stepped up to started doing a bit of junior racing at the back end of or in terms of the national scene in 2024, but this is his first full season at this level and is holding off Ellis Bell at the moment there in that battle for 6th place. Luca is out of the race.
Riley Cranham.
Riley Cranham. It's not been a stellar weekend so far for Riley Cranham. Couldn't quite make out who the other driver was.
Actually, no, it's not. I don't think it is Riley Cranham.
Oh, okay.
Spoke too soon. We'll see which driver.
Jean Bennett and Sam Kohler. Yeah, that makes sense. There was a Coles Racing driver in amongst that, so apologies to Riley Cranham fans out there. It's absolutely fine. He's up 6 places so far. The GP plate holder from 2024. Changed at the front of the order. Yeah, Cameron Nelson is through and past Jacob Ashcroft. So a change in the order. The top 3 DHR runners. Noah Barham still there as well. Noah Barham, another one of the drivers who came and had a go at the pre-round at the club event 2 weeks ago. Had a decent run to 2nd place. It was Jared Fox-Whiteley who took the win 2 weekends ago. So let's see what Barham can do here. Nelson leads. Had a big step forward in terms of performance in the second half of 2024. Surprised a lot of people with his performance at the ROTAX Grand Finals at Sarno in the autumn of 2024. But he's showing in the first half of this 2025 season that it wasn't a fluke. It is where he belongs in this ROTAX category. Into another one of the turns there, hanger turn right at the bottom end of the circuit, and then towards the dog leg. Gotta get your angles right there through that chicane. 5 minutes to go, Nicole. Nelson looking good at the front of the field.
Fastest driver on the circuit in that previous lap then was Albert Friend, the driver that got caught out in pit bend right at that very opening lap, got spun round. He's jumped up the order, has making positions once again. He's up to 21st position. Change then for 6th place. This battle is continuing to rage on between Cian Bernard and Ellis Bell. So it is Ellis Bell that leads this second pack of karts from Bernard. Was signalling as they were heading down the mini straight to Cian, come on, follow me. He's obviously keen to catch up to the likes of Harry Taylor, the DHR driver who's jumped into juniors for 2025. So watch how Cian Bernard maybe responds to Bell, see if he does work with him. Still a little bit of a while to go. We've got 4.5 minutes left on the clock. So watch to see, are they going to work together, or is Cian Bernard going to return the favour? Warning flag is out then for the 239 of Dijon Bennett, the Coles driver. So he's being watched now for a potential incident out there. And now it's all getting a little bit busy as we head through the complex. That's Albie Friend, your previous fastest driver on the circuit, trying to pick those positions back up again. We've got a battle going on just in front of Albie. I think that was one of the KR drivers. Could be, I think it could have been William Archer fighting for position. They'll head down into hangar again. Again, look at the way Albie is driving. Head down at the steering wheel just to duck under that headwind that's going over. Really trying to charge through and pick off those places once again.
Problems for Joel Dixon Cohen. Was running in the top 15, but has fallen down to P23 and has now got a 5-second penalty from the race officials. So yeah, that's not good news for the Thule Motorsport pilot. Back at the front of the field though, Nelson and Ashcroft interestingly have broken away here from Noah Barham. Noah Barham not quite able to live with this pace at the moment. 46.3s last time around for Nelson and Ashcroft. 46.4 for Noah Barham, leaving him a little bit vulnerable to Alfie McBain. So maybe a little bit of a difference on tyre pressures and engine setup there for Noah Barham. That was a big lap from Cameron Nelson. 46.23, was a new fastest lap of the race until Luca Holmes-Ballack put a 46.1 in, according to the information that we've got here in the box. Getting into the latter stages of this one now. 2.5 minutes to go for Heat 1 of the day for Junior Rotax. Groups A and D out on circuit at the moment. Groups B and C following up straight after this. So if you're a lover of your Junior Rotax, don't go anywhere. Keep your comments coming in. As Nicole, what have you spotted?
Well, just questioning, we've got some back markers here then. I think that is Dijon Bennett just moving out of the way of our front two of Ashcroft and Nelson. But is he going to affect things for the likes of Noah Barham and Alfie McBain, who are battling out for third position? So we've got the back marker potentially about to get in the way. Has been given that blue flag to signal to, move as he is doing so. Take my words back, because Dijon Bennett has gone back onto the racing line. But just keep an eye out for this then. How is this going to play out for the likes of Barham, McBain and Harry Taylor?
And we'll find out in a few moments' time. 1 minute and 35 remaining on the clock. This one's got into a nice rhythm. Cameron Nelson and Jacob Ashcroft continuing to work at the very front of the field. 2 seconds clear now of Noah Barham and Alfie McBain, and there is a fight for third place. Oh, it's off there.
That's the back marker causing.
Oh, sorry.
That's that. So these are our two back markers.
Yeah.
That is
Sam
Kohler and
yeah.
Bennett. And they were just slightly getting in the way for the likes of McBain and Harry Taylor, and that has allowed Noah Barham now a little bit of breathing room for that third position.
The the amount of orange on the karts this season caught me out there. I thought Alfie McBain had got through and then decided to just drive straight off the circuit. Which,
I think it's the favourite colour this year.
Yeah, it is indeed. So 45 seconds remaining in this one. Ashcroft's not giving this one up. You can just tell from the body language. He's sitting there in second place, just behind his teammate Cameron Nelson. Nelson has to defend into turn one. Is Ashcroft going to try the switch back here, side by side, off of Pitts Bend through the little kink before the complex? Well defended there by Cam Nelson to hold off the reigning ROTAX Grand Finals champion in this category. Again, Ashcroft's trying to work him off the racing line here, trying to get a sprint off of one of these corners. Nelson's up to the task though. There's very good racing between these two. This isn't the final lap yet. Time hasn't quite expired. It has now. Final lap board is going to be out shortly. Through the dogleg. Nelson doing a great job here.
Absolutely is, but Ashcroft is all over the back of Cameron Nelson, who just looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is. They head out of pit bend once again and down into that chicane section. Again, Cameron Nelson just looking over his shoulder at every opportunity really to check where his teammate is. And where is his teammate? Really just floating around that racing line, trying to see where there's an opportunity. Nelson then sat more on the white line, trying to tighten things up to Ashcroft, the 242. Like you said, ROTAX Grand Final champion, experienced, knows how to win a race, but is also going to be very aware this is a heat. And it's not the end of the world if a race win isn't achieved.
It's a heat, and he's the championship leader as well. He doesn't need to go full send into these heats. Nelson's going to win it then from Ashcroft. DHR are going to be very pleased with that. It's a 1, 2, 3 for them. Noah Barham holds off Alfie McBain. Harry Taylor makes it 4 of the blue and yellows in the top 5. Ryan Gandour, good drive there from the Canadian up to P6. That was a gain of 7. Luca Holmes-Ballack, Ellis Bell, Matako Hidze and Riley Cranham completes the top 10. More of a step in the right direction for Riley Cranham. Had a really tough time of things in the first round of the season at Warden Law. Has changed teams since then. Is now with Sam Pollitt racing back up to where we'd expect him to be, and potentially more as the weekend goes on. Louis Radcliffe was P11, Cian Bernard P12. Albie Friend, yes, lost 4 places, but not a bad recovery there from Friend after being was facing the wrong way, wasn't he, at the start of the race. 13th in the end, gets some more points on the board. William Archer and Benjamin Baker in the top 15. Jack Collinson on return had a bit of a bump, of course, at Warden Law. Had a short time out the kart, is now back fit and ready as we have a look there at James Kell, who was 18th. Did get over the line, but has had a problem there on the slowdown lap. So hopefully that's not too bad a one for the Coles Racing driver, who's back here this weekend. Collinson, yeah, as mentioned, P16. Good drive there on return. Oliver White, 17th. Difficult race there for Hunter Motorsport. Kell, Kohler, Sam Mott, all in the top 20. Harney Sadiq, Thomas Harper, Jensen Chalk, Harry Holland and Samir Paul, the last of the 25 finishers. Lillian Scarborough, Yoel Dixon Cohen and DeJean Bennett were all drivers who finished the race but 1 lap off the lead, Nicole.
Yeah, it was DeJean Bennett that was one of those back markers that did get caught up by our top 5 and was signalled just to move out the way. There was almost a little bit of a moment when it was, though, that second pack of karts, the likes of McBain and Taylor, that had to overtake DeJean, but, you know, did try his best to get out of the way of those drivers. Drivers on your screen then currently are Jacob Ashcroft and Noah Barham, just having a bit of a sit down whilst they're going over the weighing scales. They're just being checked, you know, minimum weights are met.
Hello to Michael Burke. It was 10:40 in the evening in Bathurst, Australia. So evening, Michael. Hope you're having a nice one. I'm sure he's just relaxing with a drink on this Saturday night. Hello to Stephen Letts. Hello, Stephen. Well, I said someone wishing Stephen Letts a happy birthday.
Someone whose name is Stephen Letts.
Stephen Letts is wishing Stephen Letts
a happy birthday.
That's a very Stephen Letts thing. Hello to that go-kart guy. Can you come to the UAE and broadcast? I'm up for that. let's book the plane tickets. Let's do it right now. So thanks for tuning in from the Arab Emirates. Hello to Dave Nichols as well, who was cheering on Jack Collinson in that last race over on the Alpha Live comments, because we do both of them as well, Karting UK and Alpha Live. Motorsport Magpie, hard at work as always. Hello to Joshua Owen. Jana Slater has tuned in as well. And Greg Smith, hello Greg, is watching the broadcast from the garden. What a lovely way to spend your Saturday afternoon. We're not heading away from Junior ROTAX. We've got another heat for Junior ROTAX coming up immediately after this. So that's Groups A and D done for now. Group A will be back out for round 2 at 4:20. They'll be against Group C. Group B will then be 20 minutes later for their race versus Group D. Nicole, take us through the highlights.
Drama at the very start then for Albie Friend. Your Minimax 2024 champion got spun round just in the centre of that pit bend. Battles going on between Kean Bernard and Ellis Bell for that 6th position throughout the entire race, really heating things up through both the chicane and down the mini straight. Ellis Bell then, the Coles driver, getting into a little bit of drama with Riley Cranham. Drama out there for the likes of Dijon Bennett and Sam Collar. They got caught out after that sharp right-hander after the mini straight. But similar through what we saw in the senior race, it does calm down after about that halfway point, and we just more see trains of karts. We had battles going on between Kart Republic and SPR drivers. And this was the point then, Andrew, that Dijon Bennett, the back marker, just slightly started to get in the way of that top 6, and it almost caught out the likes of Harry Taylor and Alfie McBain. Your race winner, though, was Cameron Nelson, and it was a gentle fight between him and his teammate of Jacob Ashcroft. But throughout the whole thing, did give each other that racing room. There was no contact between the two, calm, and playing a little bit of a team game, I'd say. They're both aware that points mean prizes within this, and Jacob as well is your championship leader, doesn't want to risk making that mistake and ruining it for himself early on.
No, it's a good first race from the juniors. More Junior ROTAX coming up straight after this short ad break. Welcome back, everybody, to Dunkeswell. Junior ROTAX still with us. Second race of this first round. Nicole, what are you expecting?
Well, from what we've seen so far today, the middle section of the races, it just kind of tails off. It gets into a little bit of a lull phase where we don't see too much going on. But where we do see most of the action is really within that first lap and in that first corner, pit bend. They really head into there pretty fast, to be honest, and that is where you see most of it go on. In the minis, we saw Alfie Mayer. That's really where he made up all those positions in the early stages of the race, so expect more of the same throughout this weekend, all of your heats, and from this second group of juniors.
Well, it wouldn't be a Wera Tools British Kart Championships ROTAX weekend if we didn't have, tuning in with us, Nanny Babs. She's here and ready for this one because Albie is starting on pole position for this one. There is the scene from the back of the dummy grid. We've got a total of 28 drivers ready for this one. Race 4 on your schedules. Second heat of the weekend for Junior ROTAX is up next. Here we go then, Heat 2 for Junior ROTAX, second one of the first round, and Albie Lapper starts on pole position with Cole Denham for company on the front row. Archie Lovett, good qualifying, starts on the inside of row 2, he's joined by Harry Freeman. On row 3 we find Charlie Wolfert and the O-plate holder Leon Hasty. Kai Clark and Ethan Griffiths are on row 4.
Going from row 5, we have local Eva Morris alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley. From 6 is Zane Quaker with John Pucken, and from row 7 we have Ewan House with Matteo Palazzo. Going from 8 we have Sebastian Clark with Finley Buck, and then behind them on row number 9 we have Sebastian Lush and Strawberry's Charlie King. From 10 is Henry Cameron with Vlad Tomanchuk for KR Sports, and from 11 we have Archie Rogers-Tyler with Connor Large.
Row number 12, Zane Chandaria and Pierce Ward have work to do from there. Jake Flewitt and Kieran Stewart on the penultimate row of the grid, row 13. It's a 28-strong field completed by Elliot Surtees and Daniel Hartley. So same order of events, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our junior ROTAX drivers for this one. They've seen the likes of Nelson and Ashcroft can do in the first race. What can they do here? 10 minutes plus 1 lap is underway. Everyone checks over to driver's right straight away. Are they? No, they're not all going to be able to get through turn 1 without incident. That means there's already a bit of a breakaway, and it's Zane Quaker again. A repeat of what we saw a lot during Warden Law. Zane Quaker had great speed through final practice, decent speed in qualifying. When it gets to the racing, it all goes wrong. And there were the other drivers involved there as well, which we'll track through in a moment's time. One of the Jackson Motorsport entries, that was Jared Fox-Whiteley, is fighting through. Jared Fox-Whiteley had a good run 2 weeks ago here in the pre-round, took the victory in the Junior ROTAX final. But here, with the full field of British Championship entrants rounding this track, it's going to be a tall order for Fox-Whiteley to repeat that one again here this weekend. End of the first lap then, Albie Lapper trying to hold on here from Cole Denham. Archie Lovett's there in third place. Charlie Wolfit's had a decent start in P4. Leon Hasty currently, Nicole, at the back of this group of 5.
Well, your first lap drama then was between Sebastian Clark, Eva Morris, Vlad Tomanchuk, Zane Quaker and John Buchan. So we've got 4 KR Sport drivers that really had drama. That was all going on, I believe, between pit bend on that opening stage. But going back to the front end of your order, it is Albie Lapper, your pole sitter, that is sat in front of Cole Denham. Cole really lit things up within the junior category in the past couple of weeks. Had some success out in Europe, won the Euro Series round a couple of weeks ago, so really coming into his own now in the junior class. We're going to move down for about 10th position into pit bay, and just highlighting, you really can make it work through there. But going out of that chicane section, we are led by Albie Lapper, Denham, Archie Lovett, and then Charlie Wolfett is in there as well. This was the moment then, this is the race replay of that drama in pit bend. So Quaker got spun round, and then Tomanchuk, he just looked like a passenger in all of that. The front end was caught out. He had nowhere to go other than straight into Zane Quaker. But those 2 drivers are still circulating out there on the track. Does look like we've had a retirement from John Buchan for Craft Motorsport. He's down there in 28th position. There he is on your screen then. The 293 will go no further. Fastest driver in the early stages of this run is Matteo Palazzo. He sets a 46.54. He's in the middle pack then, just fighting for that 9th position, but up by 5 places in this one early on. Change then after the mini straight. That's the SPR driver, the 288 of Archie Lovett, promoting himself into 2nd position. And we've also had a change, I think,
for the race lead.
Yeah, so Cole Denham now overtaken Albie Lapper to take that race lead early on. Yeah,
got it done earlier on in this lap. Albie Lapper also had a big-time clip of the curb coming out of the complex, and that just lost him all of his momentum and allowed Lovett and Wolfett to get through, but he's still there in 4th place, can still get it together and pull himself back through the field. But right now he's now having to have a bit of a fight here with Kai Clark up in 5th place. Leon Hasty there in the blue suit, P6 O-plate winner at PF International at the start of the season, of course. Ethan Griffiths coming through this field. We said to keep an eye out on Ethan Griffiths, and also keep an eye on his teammate Harry Freeman, who just threw one down the inside in this three-way KR Sport battle for 8th place. Matteo Palazzo is also in the middle of all of that. 6 minutes to go then in this one, plus that one lap. Cole Denham is your race leader, and Archie Lovett had a chat with Archie yesterday on the build-up show. We'll come back to that because there's an almighty scrap going in. Albi Lapper, was he encouraged there? Well, he definitely went long into the corner and has lost out big time in that battle with Kai Clark and Leon Hastie. Is there a problem for Fox Whiteley? Jared Fox Whiteley going slowly through the complex, losing a lot of positions. Is he back up to speed now? Possibly. It's not going the way of what we've seen so far today, Nicole. If you get to halfway, it all calms down. If anything, it's getting more fraught out there.
No, that incident then in pit bend between Albi Lapper and those drivers looked like it caught out Leon Hastie slightly.
Okay.
And then that's what brought Jared Fox Whiteley into that battle through the chicane.
Yeah.
Jared and Hastie just looked like they tagged each other, and then obviously Jared Fox Whiteley has lost out now. He's dropped down to about 15th position, is still going round then. It did look like maybe he had a bit of damage on the front end of the car. He was looking down at that front right hand side, so questioning maybe there's a bent track rod in there, maybe there's something wrong with that front right tyre, but he is still going round. So there's a little bit of a frustration going on between the pack.
Yeah.
About 4th down to about 8th. You can see drivers just signalling each other, really trying to communicate, come on, move. We've got drama then going out of that left-hander for the KR Sport driver. It is that, I think, Matteo Palazzo getting caught out on the curb. It's a 2.78 actually. So that is Harry Freeman.
Yeah.
It's one of those corners, that one, Andrew. If you get caught on the right and the outside, you've got nowhere to go other than clip the curb and really concede those places. Eva Morris then, your local driver, somebody that was looking really strong. We've collected some onboard footage of her that hopefully we'll see later on this weekend, but she's out. Retirement from her, and that looked like a rear right puncture.
Yeah, flat right tyre, no pressure in that one. Oh, it's deep there. It's gone Kai Clark. This race feels very, yeah, just that just looked like driver error to me. Went too deep. It's very scrappy, this heat. I'm a bit surprised that it's this scrappy. It almost feels like a final heat in a way.
It really didn't look like Hastie, the O-Plate drive winner, forced him into that either. No. It looked like complete driver error, went in too deep, too hard, and just missed the corner. Battle is on though between the two KR drivers. They go into pit bend. Now it's between Ethan Griffiths, Palazzo, and Harry Freeman for that 6th place. I bet the KR team are probably stood there with the head in the hand slightly, just trying to get those drivers to calm down a little bit. You know, high up the order as we've got a move then. That was one of the KRs. I'm not seeing double, I'm seeing triple. KRs. I actually don't want to say which driver that was because you can't quite tell.
Yeah, I think it's Palazzo might have been having a go. No, it was Freeman on Palazzo on that occasion. You can see Sebastian Lusch is encouraging himself on there, just giving that almost like come on moments in there at the seat of the kart. Less than 3 minutes to go then. Here's a move down the inside. That's Charlie King losing out to a recovering Albi Lapper. So all of this scrapping is actually good for Albi Lapper. It gives him the opportunity to stay part of the game and start to come back up through the field. So that's Lapper back up into the top 10.
Drama. 5-second penalty for Leon Hastie.
Yes, I wonder whether that was for what we saw with Lapper earlier on in the race, because Leon Hastie was in that group with Lapper and I think Archie Lovett and Charlie Wolford in there as well. That
drops him down to about 17th position, Andrew.
Yeah, that's a costly one in terms of intermediate points. For the Scottish driver. Harry Freeman now your fastest driver. I mean, that's probably why he's been so bold to look to get through. A bit of a kick up there for the 2.90. That's Ethan Griffiths, the rookie for this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, getting up on 2 wheels for a moment. That's a side-by-side moment with the 2 KRs. Freeman goes through in a bit of a boisterous manner. Meanwhile, there's another KR scrap going on, this time with Matteo Palazzo. Poor Ethan Griffiths falling down through the order now. Lapper's taken advantage of that, finds himself gaining once more. Charlie King, all of a sudden, Ethan Griffith started that sequence, wasn't even started the lap, he was into the second half of it in 6th place. He's now completely outside of the top 10, Nicole.
Yeah, we've just seen for one of the first times today then a move into that bus stop dog leg corner, that final corner. Albi Lapper was trying to fight his way back through the order after that drama that he had go on between what we suspect was between him and Leon Hasty. Drivers out there still looking a little bit frustrated. You've got a lot of signalling going on today. Drivers trying to communicate to each other, go, chase, move forward. Moving forward then, Archie Lovett is your fastest driver out there now, sets a 46.12, so half a tenth faster than the race leader of Cole Denham. It's 4 tenths between them, so probably not enough time within this one for Archie Lovett to catch up to Cole, but don't count him out. Harry Freeman now takes that fastest lap away with 45.99, so the only driver within the whole field so far to get into that 45, only by a fraction. Move potentially on then between the 278 and the 276. That's on between KR and SPR. Clark getting overtaken for that 5th position. That was a nice move then by Harry Freeman, really just setting it up out of the exit of that sharp right-hander through the complex section, getting the run down that mini straight and late on the brakes into the
and doing exactly what you've been telling me all weekend, Nicole, of like to get overtakes done around this place, you've actually got to do the work the corner or two before to be patient. So that was good stuff on that occasion from Harry Freeman. We're on the final lap then. I think the other thing that surprised me about this heat, Nicole, is the scrappiness versus how calm the first one was.
We've not even...
It's been a night and day difference between the two different grids for Junior ROTAX in this first round. No scrappiness though from these two. Cole Denham, Archie Lovett are going to score well here. Good to see the proper Archie Lovett back. He had a torrid 2024 racing out in Europe. Had some struggles at times in the OK Junior category in the FIA Championships, but is back on form here in the British. Denham wins heat number 2 for Junior ROTAX by a second from Archie Lovett. Big points for both of them. Charlie Wolfett continues the good form that we saw from him in MLC Motorsport at Warden Law, P3. Leon Hasty, 4th, but has a +5 second penalty, which at the moment would drop Leon down to, I think, 12th place. Harry Freeman and Kai Clark completing the top 6. Sebastian Lusch, good fight there from Sebastian Lusch at 10 places in that race to finish P7. Matteo Palazzo, Albi Lapper and Charlie King complete the top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley had that moment early on in the race, recovered to P11. Ethan Griffiths had a tough time out there. I think Ethan had a bit of a dose of welcome to the Junior ROTAX competition at this level for the rookie. P12 in that one, but has got good race speed potentially for later on in the weekend. Finley Buck, Ewan House and Shane Chandaria in the top 15. Great to see Chandaria flying the flag for Kenya up in the top 15 there, a gain of 8. Sebastian Clark, Elliot Surtees, Jake Flewitt, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Daniel Hartley all in the top 20. Henry Cameron, Zane Quaker, Connor Large were into the drivers who all had problems in that race. Pierce Wade and Vlad Tomenchuk take us down to P25. Kieran Stewart, the last of the 26 finishers, 2 retirements, Eva Morris and John Buchan.
Yeah, massive shame for Eva Morris then. Yeah. We saw her with that puncture on the rear end. Massive shame. And she had a puncture yesterday in practice as well. So not having too much luck there with the tyre. But it's one of those things that happens to the best of us.
Does indeed. Drivers head on into Parc Fermé. Those on your screens, just waiting for their turn to go over the weighbridge as well. Keep it locked here on your platform of choice, whether you're watching on YouTube, on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, give it a click, give it a press. Really does help us out and continues to promote karting here in the UK. Let's have a look at some of the highlights though from race number 4, heat number 2 for Junior ROTAX. This was back to the race start. There you see the problems for the likes of Zane Quaker and for Vlad Tomenchuk. I'd say there was another KR Sport involved there. I wonder if that was Eva Morrison. Maybe that was where the puncture came from, or the start of the puncture came from, that moment down into turn 1. It was a KR Sport from the middle of the pack as well. At the front of the order, though, Cole Denham took the race lead. Decisive move down the inside of Albie Lapper. Then Archie Lovett, as I say, had a go. Good move down the inside. This is where it all started to just unravel a bit for Albie Lapper, a bit wide in the technical section there at the end of the second third of the course. KR Sports fighting each other anyway, and yeah, there, I think that's the moment that has seen Leon Hasty receive that 5-second penalty. Okay,
maybe
it was the front fairing. It was the front fairing for Fox Whiteley that was locked into the front tyre. I think that one worked its way out. Now, I hope that Jared didn't kick it out, because that would be a problem. That's all I'll say on that one. I think it did pop out. That was the near moment for Ethan Griffiths. Nearly went over. Had a bit of a two wheels in the air moment, Nicole.
It was the KR Sport drivers that were really putting the show on for us in that one. We had all sorts going on, not only between them and the other drivers out there on the circuit, but between, KR versus KR. Cole Denham, though, crossed the start-finish straight, received that checkered flag as your race winner. Second in front of Archie Lovett, and you were saying, Archie's made some great progress this year, but I'd say actually Cole has as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Had a bit of a torrid year last year, some really bad luck, but it's come into things 2025, bit taller, bit stronger, bit more experienced, and is doing a good job.
I think Cole's had that moment that we see from many drivers when they make the move from the intercategory, from when they make it from the 950mm chassis up to the juniors. It is such a massive difference. Your power, you're going from 13 horsepower to 23 horsepower. You're nearly doubling the amount of power that you've got. The chassis is completely changed, and it does take the best a little bit of time to get up to speed. But when they do, that's when they really, really shine through. So good stuff there from Cole Denham.
What we're going on to now then for the first heat today for the micros will be the micro. We've only got one group of these drivers, so just the one group. Yesterday then we collected some onboard footage of Dean Pahal, so let's take a look. Dean then over and out of the pit bend, chasing the 35 Strawberry driver down through that chicane section. You can see Dean taking a slightly different line then and really opening up that second part. Lets him run down the start-finish straight and really jump into that toe. Down and out of the tight right-hand hairpin then. This is a bit of an S's section because you go back on yourself to go through the left-hander. Some of those drivers then decide to clip that curb up on the left-hand side, but within the micros, you don't see too much of it. It unsettles the rear end of the kart too much. Out of that hanger section, which is really blind for these drivers until they head out of it, and back down through that dog leg. Dean then deciding to take that second part of the curb within the dog leg section. Some of these drivers take the first bit, some choosing to take the second.
Drivers have just been summoned. Dan Ashton having a little chat, let's listen in.
Remember, we're taking the chicane as you're coming around. Okay, so you come out the last hairpin, if you will, the second yellow flag, take the chicane. Slow right down when you're in the yellow flag zone. Everybody get all nicely bunched together for a good start. Coming round the chicane again, make sure you're in your corridors. Don't accelerate too early. Don't start loading everybody all up the start-finish line. We'll stay nice and level, 2 by 2 into the corridors. The yellow line, that's where we're going to accelerate, and hopefully we go lights out first time. Just remember, a nice bit of respect into this turn 1. Appreciate it's tricky, and I appreciate it's going to be quite fast into this turn 1. A good bit of respect. We don't, if you want to finish the race, you've got to respect each other. Yes. Yes. No, so you take the chicane, go round the chicane, 2 by 2 into your corridors and go. Make sense?
Yeah.
Go.
Good words there from Dan Ashton, one of our head race officials, just reminding all of the drivers ahead of their first race of the weekend their responsibilities.
Well, it's not a full opening lap for these drivers. You do cut the second part of the section, so you don't do that second sector. But Dan there was just on the screen explaining to these drivers they do take that dog leg corner to then get themselves into file, into the tram lines, to then see the lights. But all these drivers, I could hear Dean Pahal was just questioning, do we definitely take the dog leg? Yes, you do, Dean. You do. Take it.
No, good for drivers to check and make sure that they've heard everything correctly. There's LBJ Stubbs on your screen. Has had a tremendous 2025 so far, has Albi. 20 drivers in total for this weekend in Micromax UK. Their first heat is next. Here we go then, race 5 here at Dunkeswell, the first heat of the weekend for Micromax UK. And Alfie Garrett has pole position. It's an SFR Motorsport front row lockout. Benedictas Masiokas is your championship leader heading into today. Ralph Martin and Dean Singh Pahal, they start from row number 2 alongside or ahead of LBJ Stubbs and Dimitar Uzanov on row 3. Charlie Page, Dax Farah, they're on row 4.
Second part of your grid starts on row 5 with Harris Barber and Otto Ame. From row 6 we have Sebastian Crawford with Albert Farrow, and from 7 we have Ansel Murray with Ethan Lloyd. For KR Sport we have Will Rainwhite with Oliver Woodall, and going from row number 9 we have Chloe McGill with Arlo Gamble. 10 is Archie Gupta with Freddie Walker, and that rounds out your grid for the first Micromax heat of the day.
Good to see Archie Gupta. She's raced in India and the Arab Emirates a lot. This is only her 3rd race in the UK. She's done a couple of clubbies and is now straight in at a British Kart Championship level. So best of luck to her. All going through the dogleg as advised. Into the tram lines, and it looks like we are green at the first time of asking. Good start for Alfie Garrett, but down the inside Ralph Martin's found a way through. Had to get his elbows out there to make it work and to get it stopped on the brakes. But a brilliant start from Ralph Martin. Early leader in this one, Nicole.
I think as well then, Andrew, that opened the door for LBJ Stubbs to jump into 2nd position. So that is
indeed, yeah.
Stubbs there, the 99, trying to go the long way round through that tight right-hander. Does he get the move done for the race lead? Yes, he does. So Albie Stubbs trying to go round the outside to open up a little bit of power for himself and slots into that first position. So he has taken that race lead from Ralph Martin. Broken away those two at the front end of the pack from the likes of Dean Pahal. We saw Dean's onboard lap look settled at this track. I know he struggled a little bit yesterday through testing with the kart. Wasn't quite happy with the handling of things, but is looking a little bit better in today's racing so far. Has now been overtaken, Pahal, by Alfie Garrett, the driver with SFR for 2025. So that's a change for 3rd place. Chloe McGill on your screen having a good battle a little bit further down the order. She sat in 15th place, jumped up by 2nd. And then, Andrew, I can hear out the commentary box, it sounds out there somewhere like an exhaust has maybe popped off.
Possibly. But I made this mistake with a Mr. Anthony Jordan 2 weeks ago, and it just happened to be a load of bikes going around the circuit. So I'm going to... I think it is someone's exhaust has come loose, but this one caught us out. Might be this number 66 I'm hearing in my ear. That would be Ethan Lloyd. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But LBJ Stubbs is your race leader. Ralph Martin in 2nd place right now. Alfie Garrett through into 3rd place and is now the fastest driver out on circuit at 53.16. Yes, it is the number 66. You were absolutely spot on, Nicole, that loose exhaust was a problem out there for somebody. The technical flag has been shown to Ethan Lloyd. That's a real shame. Ethan was running in 11th place, one of the RCE runners, but that will be the end of this heat. The good news, though, for all of these drivers, Nicole, is that they will all make the final. There's not a cut-off at 34th place isn't required. So it's a setback, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's one of those classes where the pressure is off a little bit on these drivers because they haven't got to think about promoting themselves into the final. There we go then, the driver whose exhaust has popped off, the 66, sorry, 66, hand up, Ethan Lloyd, pulled into the pit lane then and will not continue any further. Albie Stubbs then on your screen continues to lead this race from Ralph Martin. Stubbs, along with the likes of William Antrobus and Riley Cranham, is one of the 3 drivers in SPR that's doing the double this year. You know, he's racing in 2 different classes. He's in the IAME and Rotax, as we've got drama heading out then. That's the 33 getting all involved. Charlie Page then has clipped the wall. Did look like an incident went on between him and a couple of other drivers. I'm sure at some point we'll probably see or hear a little bit more about that, but there was a bit of impacts then for Charlie Page. Went into the wall actually quite hard.
Yeah, hope Charlie's okay. Hope the kart's okay as well. Charlie's been pretty quick so far this weekend. Heading down into turn 1. Harris Barber there in 12th place. Was maybe a little bit disappointed with the result from qualifying. Saw 3 of the Strawberry Racing drivers kind of do things their own way. Exhaust being repaired there by the mechanic on Ethan Lloyd's machine. Ethan Lloyd, who's been racing since June 2022, went for a birthday karting day with Rob Smedley's organisation, and that ignited his passion for karting. So hopefully we'll see that kart out on circuit again in the not too distant future. Potentially get some more track time here with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Back at the front of the order, Stubbs leading from Ralph Martin, Alfie Garrett third. What I'm liking the look of at the moment here, Nicole, is you've got a different mix. I mean, Stubbs there again, having another good run like we saw at the O-Plates, like we saw at Warden Law as well. But particularly for Alfie Garrett, looking to improve on an 8th place both in the intermediate classification last time out and in the final. This is a big step forward. Meanwhile, there's this fight on our screens for 4th place.
Well, we've got Charlie Page, who was second at Warden Law, is now out of this one. So that throws a bit of a spanner in the works. We're going back to our race leader, Stubbs. Had, you know, I think a bit of a confidence boost recently, Andrew. Has had a couple of wins under his belt in various different different
formulas, yeah.
And I'd say he's come here to Dunkeswell and really is using that to his advantage. You know, and when you see him around the paddock as well, he's always smiling, he's happy, and that really benefits him, I think, out on the circuit. Best lap is still sat there then with your Warden Law winner, Benedictus Masiokas, and your O-Plate winner, as we've got a battle going into the chicane, and that is a change between the 47, 32
and the 99.
And the 99. So that is for your race lead, and it's all getting a bit busy now as we head down that mini straight. It looks like the 47 of Alfie Garrett is really trying to have a look to overtake Ralph Martin, the rookie driver, your highest up rookie within this race. You're only to sit in the top 5. They head down into Hangar then, and Stubbs really just showing both of these drivers behind him who that track belongs to, but it looks like he almost missed out then on the exit of Hangar, almost was vulnerable going into the dog leg corner, but holds on to that race lead. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go then. Have we got a move for 3rd position? Yes, we do. Alfie Garrett then overtakes Ralph Martin, but Ralph trying to keep it on the road then uses that rumble strip, that green piece of area on the exit of Pit Bend to his advantage. And now the battle then is going between him and Alfie Garrett, and that is allowing Albie Stubbs to just break away from the two.
Yeah, this is good for Albie J. Stubbs, because whilst Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett have this squabble over 2nd place, Albie J. Stubbs is in his rhythm and is edging away. Benedictus Masiokas is not too far behind, of course. They're in 4th place. Great speed for Masiokas at Warden Law last time out. Is your championship leader. A couple of notifications from race control. Noted the number 66 for Ethan Lloyd, which unfortunately has not gone back out on circuit. Under investigation as well, the number 23. That is Din Singh Pahal. Less than 3 minutes to go then. first heat of the weekend for Micromax UK. LBJ Stubbs continuing to lead this one from Ralph Martin, but Ralph Martin, that was a good lap, or second half of the lap was very good for Ralph Martin. He's just chipping away at that lead that Stubbs currently has. There's been a change for 10th place. A very good drive here for Chloe McGill in the number 18 for SFR Motorsport. She's gained 7 places in this race and, as mentioned, into the top 10.
You highlighted Arshi Gupta at the start of this race, then Andrew, the driver who has joined us for this weekend. She's continuing to improve on lap after lap then. The previous one went green, so it's getting better and better throughout the race. Can, in the next lap, Arshi improve once again? I'm sure we'll update you, but nice to have the driver out there and, you know, even at the, you know, back of the order, still putting that hard work in to improve corner after corner, really using the opportunity to improve her driving.
Absolutely, pace is just off, over a second off that of those at the very front. Alfie Garrett's had a go at Ralph Martin's second place again through the complex, but not quite able to make it work on that occasion. 90 seconds to go in this first heat. Last race of this this rotation of heats for the ROTAX categories. We've got a bit of chatter about KZ2 coming up after this, and then we go again for another round of 5 heats through the ROTAX categories. Keep it locked here on the Karting UK and Alpha Live YouTube channels, or if you're watching on Motorsport UK TV. 60 seconds remain now, and again it's going back and forth, this one. Ralph Martin not quite able to break through almost that invisible wall at about 3.5 tenths behind the back of Stubbs, and Garrett has a go as well, which just means it's almost like it's the elastic band effect of first, second and third all being connected from them. Neither of them can totally break away at the front of the field.
No attempt yet by Dax Farah to make himself the second rookie driver in our top 5. He's still sat there behind his teammate of Harris Barber, so no, decision just yet to try and make an overtake. It is still Ralph Martin that's your only rookie within the top 5, still sat in that second position, 0.3 of a second behind Albie Stubbs. Now 0.2 of a second behind Albie Stubbs. I think just being pushed on slightly by Alfie Garrett. Alfie making the most of it just to maybe suss out where Ralph lacks compared to him and where there could be an opportunity. But of course, we're on the dying stages of this race now. The clock really has run out. Now, this is the bit that Albie Stubbs is deciding to sit more on the white line and tighten this second sector of the circuit up. Takes a look over his shoulder to see what the gap is to Ralph Martin, which is still 0.2 tenths of a second. Dean Powell continues to be under investigation then for that incident earlier on. But the battle still focuses on these top 3. Stubbs closer to the white line, then really tightening this lap up to come under the start-finish straight to be given that last lap notification. What is the gap to Ralph Martin? It is just 0.1 of a second as Ralph Martin tries to go down the inside, and now that's allowed Alfie Garrett to take the race lead. A mistake then by Albie J. Stubbs going into pit bend made him vulnerable, and it is the SFR driver that leads the way now.
Yeah, Stubbs and Martin busy with one another, just gave Alfie Garrett the opportunity there to be calm through the first bend, take the race lead. Benedictas Masiokas also isn't out of this yet in terms of a top 3 finish. Alfie Garrett checks over the shoulder where we talked about an improvement from being in the top 10, around 8th place at Warden Law. This is going to be a mighty improvement for Alfie Garrett through the dogleg for the final time in this heat. And your first heat winner is going to be the number 47 of Alfie Garrett from pole position. Brilliant stuff there from Alfie Garrett, the young driver from Radstock. We've seen him get good results before here and there. And, third place, I remember, back at Oplate in 2024. But could this be the start of things for Alfie Garrett in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships to get that consistency, to get those results in? We'll see later on today, of course, in heat number 2. But for right now, that is a great result for Alfie Garrett.
Absolutely is. Was followed shortly behind then by Albie Stubbs. It was a tenth of a second that Alfie won by. Ralph Martin, the rookie driver, was then in third. It was Benedictus Masiokis and Harris Barber that round out your top 5. From 6th to 10th includes Damitar Uzanov, Albert Ferro, Dian Pahal, Dax Ferrer and Otto Ame. But don't forget that Dian Pahal is under investigation. We've then got Chloe McGill, who just quite couldn't manage to get into the top 10. Shortly behind is Sebastian Crawford, Arlo Gamble, Ansel Murray, Will Wainwright and Freddie Walker. We've then got Oliver Woodall and Archie Gupta that are your top 18, and Charlie Page and Ethan Lloyd were your 2 drivers that retired from the race.
Indeed. So Micromax UK runners into Parc Ferme. We'll go across the weighbridge, of course, check that everything is good there. Next time that we will see Micromax out on circuit will be 5 o'clock for their second heat of the day. If you can't join us for that one, don't worry, you can watch every moment of racing action from this weekend's Wera Tools British Kart Championships back at your leisure, either on Motorsport UK TV, Karting UK YouTube channel, or the Alpha Live YouTube channel. They, of course, will be out on circuit for their Super Heat tomorrow as well, which will be at 1:30, their final at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So plenty of racing still to go for the Micromax UK runners. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Charmaine, who will be, I think, pretty pleased with that result. Another solid haul of points for grandson Albie J. Stubbs. Hello to Finley Lines, who's giving us a wave. Hello to Kathy Watson. Can we say hello to John and Shay Watson? Yes, we definitely can. Kathy, on Henry's behalf, who's resting back at the media cabin. He's feeling a bit poorly today. He's got a bit of tonsillitis, so hopefully we'll have Henry back tomorrow. We should mention as well, Henry's been doing some charity work. He got nominated for the Ice Bucket Challenge. We've rolled back 10 years. Ice Bucket Challenge is back. We're hoping that Ice Bucket Challenge is still going to happen in some way, shape or form this evening. Head across to Henry's social medias. It'll all be on there. Basically, highest bidder gets to Ice Bucket me, Nicole, James Fitzhugh, the director, or, you know, there's other people that you could nominate as well.
We didn't volunteer, but it's for a very good cause. It's for a very good cause, so we can't say no.
We have got technical problems, though, in that, as I say, Henry is resting away from the circuit. He's got the buckets in the back of his car. So I don't know what we're going to dispense. We haven't got any ice. Now we haven't got any buckets. This hasn't gone to plan. But yes, head across to Henry's social medias for all of that. Lovely conditions continuing here at Dunkeswell, and the racing's been pretty good so far this afternoon, Nicole.
Absolutely has. Similar conditions to the last time we were out here at Dunkeswell. More racing coming up then very shortly, but before we go into that, let's hear from some championship partners.
Welcome back, everybody, to Dunkeswell, Event 3 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for 2025. KZ2 drivers heading out on circuit in a short while for their non-qualifying practice. This is their qualifying simulation, which we don't always get to cover, Nicole. So for the uninitiated, what do we mean by a qualifying simulation?
Practice. So it's the exact same setup as qualifying, but it doesn't actually mean anything. So where you end up is not your qualifying position, but it's the same in the sense of it's the 3-lap average that we go off of, and allows the drivers to really get a feel of how qualifying is going to work for them, and an opportunity for them to, you know, use some new tyres, chuck some new boots on, and really try and maximise what they're going to get out of those KZ karts.
So in terms of again, for those who've maybe not seen this before, how's this different to a free practice? What are you, obviously in here you're doing that 3-lap average bit and going through the motions for later on this afternoon, but how different is one of these to, say, you know, one of the free practice that they had earlier on this morning?
Well, to be honest, every time you go out on the circuit, it's the same thing. You just you are driving around in circles, but within you know, so there's nothing that, you know, you don't go out and feel a big difference, but it's that sense of it's the exact same time that you're given. So it allows you to practice when you're going to exit the grid, what kind of track position you're going to try and get yourself in. And also the opportunity to really suss out what your competitors are doing. When are they leaving the grid? What track position are they going into? And as well, like I just said, you chuck new tyres on for Quali Sim. So it really allows you to get that feeling, especially for your first couple of laps. How am I going to approach this? So I scrub that sheen off the tyre, get the temperature up, and then get my 3 laps in.
Bit of a rundown of what we saw at Warden Law for KZ2. So going from the official results, your championship leader is Timo Youngling. However, Timo's not here this weekend. Timo's racing in Valencia in preparations for the FIA race, which you'll be at next week, Nicole.
Yep.
So Timo's not here. So he was a bit surprised. He turned his head and went like, "What?" when I said this on the build-up show yesterday. I'm calling Oliver Stewart effective championship leader because he is here and he's only 2 points behind Timo. So that margin will disappear in a moment for Oliver. Oliver at the front of this group as well in the number 22 was on the podium last time out at Warden Law, so he's on 125 points. Second in that final at Karting North East was Ella Stevens. She's third. Ella has looked absolutely rapid so far this weekend. Had a very good result at Silverstone in the Superkarts as well.
I think, sorry to cut you off, Andrew, not even rapid just this weekend, throughout a KZ career so far. E-plate champion, you know, she was on the podium various times last year. She had great results out at Kim Bolton, and you know, you look at her across the average of a lap, sector times, and the way she drives the thing is pretty impressive.
Fourth in the championship heading into this weekend, 4 back from Stevens is Ashley Lewis, who's I want to say, I think I saw his name on the club board of champions here at Dunkeswell over the years. So yeah, he's got good experience. Charlie Turner completed the top 5.
Charlie Turner then is a driver that we managed to get some onboard footage from yesterday, so we'll throw to that now and let you see how he approaches the circuit. Heads down the main start-finish straight then and into the long sweeping corner of Pit Bend. Avoids that green area that some of the ROTAX drivers do run slightly more of, just tightening things up then through the chicane section and getting out of that exit of the corner, really shifting up those gears. Down the mini straight then and through the tight right-hander, cut back on yourself into the left of the S's. Doesn't use any of that exit curb on the right-hand side and really lets the KZ run really deep into that hangar section, the far corner. Tightens things up slightly going out of hangar and down the straight because, of course, they missed that bus stop section of the track. They run straight down the start-finish straight, and I'd say actually it's got to be one of the longest straights for these KZs on the calendar. Really, really do get a long run down there.
Hitting 100 miles an hour is what Charlie was telling me yesterday. You actually feel it's The building has good structure, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. It's one of the brand new developments here at Dunkeswell. But so if you imagine, we're stood right over the start-finish line. We can see the digiboard very clearly. When the KZs are out, it was giving me the real thrill yesterday when I was watching some of the free practice, particularly when a group of them come past, Nicole. We can feel the vibrations, the energy through the floor. That's how much energy they're throwing, like the air being displaced as well.
I just felt it then, as we had about 5 come past us.
You just feel this little tingle through your feet. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got a couple of new drivers in for this weekend as well that I want to talk about. Dan McKeon in the number 75 wasn't here yesterday because he was at work. He was at work. He's a bricklayer. So he's got some good pace at the moment. 9th place, very close as well. Look at that, top 10 covered by 2/3 of a second. Also new drivers for this season, or didn't see them at least at Warden Bailey Rigalsford as well in the 192. Welcome to the class of 2025. Should note as well, how are we actually looking in terms of time? Because as I say, this could be similar performance that we see later on in the day. I do think we actually have got some drivers who haven't gone for the new tyres in this one, but Ella Stevens quickest again at the moment as Lee Ward pulls into the pits there in the number 8. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. The other bit for me is when we were watching that onboard lap with Charlie, he won't thank me for saying this, but if you will tell a commentator these kind of things, I am going to tell the world. We know they're on that new Formula K chassis. They're still getting to grips with it. I think they are now extracting the speed, but the number one challenge that I was getting from the team yesterday is balance front to rear. Very good rear grip. Very good rear grip. But they were saying that the problem is, particularly through the tight and twisty stuff around here, that meant they were struggling to get the front in. So they were trying to transfer some of the balance from the rear to the front axle to just give them a bit more turn, particularly through turns 2 and 3.
Well, you just gave it away there, Andrew. So
yeah, I'm not going to be welcoming that awning later on today. But they're doing the job. You know, we were talking about the rush performances. You know, being around 7th, 8th place last time out at Warden Law. Yes, that's just a qualifying simulation. It's not the final thing. We'll have their TQ live for you later on this afternoon. Jade up at the front again. Jade Racing Team 1-3 for Stevens and Stewart. Rush performance, though, seemed to be back on. Oh, my goodness me.
Career change for Dan Ashton
who
there.
has done this? Those will be the worst photos of the whole weekend. They will not be worth buying on the photo store later. But, you know, the Lord loves a trier. Stevens from Turner, Stewart from Lewis, Ralph Youngling. Ralph's here this weekend, of course. That is your top 5 from that qualifying simulation. The TQ proper will be later this afternoon. Of course, to be exact, 5:20 is when we will have that time qualifying for KZ2.
You were also mentioning just before, Andrew, some of our KZ drivers that are returning or new to the grid. James Glenister then is here this weekend.
Is back,
Didn't appear at Warden Law,
nope.
but was with us last year, had some success at Shennington, took final wins there, but has jumped back into the kart then this weekend. Very quick driver. I know that he's in and out of the kart a little bit, doesn't get too many laps in, so looking forward to seeing what James gets up to this weekend. 8th within qualifying practice then, your non-qualifying practice. So keep an eye on the Rush Performance driver.
Absolutely. So still a bit breezy here at the circuit. We'll shortly be getting ready for the second round of heats there through the fence. You can see our second set of Minimax drivers getting ready for this A versus C race that'll be going off in a couple of minutes' time. First race of the weekend for those in Group A. First time that we will see those particular drivers on our screens here this afternoon. And for Edward Haynes, will be on pole position. There he is in the number 7. Great opportunity here, Nicole, from pole.
Yeah, absolutely. Edward Haynes with Strawberry for this year. We've also got Logan Rolfe on your screen. Logan had a really good qualifying then. I know after practice he said to me he was really happy with what he got up to so far. So big steps up the order this weekend for Logan.
Hello to Fraser Glasby, one of our photographers, and is also part of Team Media Cabin in the Woods, who's just put in the chat that Henry's definitely in the hot tub. There is a hot tub. We haven't used it so far, and we will now not be using it for the rest of the weekend. But, you know, if it helps him, if it gets the larynx all good for tomorrow, I'm not going to complain. But no, back to the important things. Minimax 950. For everyone in Group C, of course, this is their second race. This is a key one, and it's coming up right after this. Heat 2 for Minimax 950. First appearance for Group A. Second appearance for Grid Nicole.
Taking us off on pole then is Edward Haynes alongside James Roots. Second row then, and in third we have Logan Rolfe with Joshua Cook. And going from row number 3 we have Joshua Griffin with Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Going from row number 4 we have Lucian Smith, and it's birthday boy Oliver Spencer that starts 8th. From row 5 we have Ryan White with Benjamin Lawn, and from row 6 we have Alfie Ward with Tom Reed.
7th row of the grid, Soren Gallagher and James Devereaux set off from that one. Arthur Farrow and Harry Radcliffe go from row number 8. It's Fraser Anderson and Max Aberhart on row 9. Stanley Stanford and Luke Millward complete the top 20. Jack Fulbright-Harmer, Sebastian Behrman, Jensen Walker and Maria Roberto are all ahead of Eddie Duncan, who completes the 25-strong field here for Minimax 950. And that's the first falsie of the day. We go around again for an extra formation lap, Nicole.
Extra formation then. We just said birthday boy Ollie Spencer turns 12 this morning. He's going off the
grid 8, I think.
8th, I think Ollie is. So we've got a couple of birthdays in the paddock this weekend.
Yeah.
It's Ollie's today, it's Stephen Letts. Tomorrow is Charlie Turner's.
It is.
So I'm sure there's lots
25
of
plus a bit.
25. But, I'm not going to say anything. Sorry, Charlie.
I can't mock. He's still. He's always going to be younger
How old
than
are
me.
you now,
34.
Andrew? 50? Oh.
Whoa, that's uncalled for. So, race 6 of the afternoon, Heat 2. Keep your comments coming in. The less about Henry Bozette being in the hot tub, the better. I'm really excited for this one. This is going to be a good run, I feel. Edward Haynes takes us into the tram lines. Lights are out. Away we go for race 6, Heat 2 in Minimax 950. And round the outside, James Roots going for a big one there. And James Roots is going to have the inside line. Oh, there's a kart off in the background there. Was it one of the No, it was the MLC that went off there, 183. But what a start for James Roots round the outside for Global Karting. Has taken the lead of this race. That was a mighty brave run as the 643 of Stanley Stafford, another one of the Global Karting entries, has a bit of a slide. Nicole, you've driven many a lap round here. You've done many a race start around this circuit as well. Going from that outside line and around, that is a really hard one to do.
It absolutely is. It is definitely doable. You know, if you keep your foot in, you use the grip, you can get around there. But it is the case of where it tightens up in the middle of the corner and that pole side start to flow outwards, you end up getting forced out and closer to the barrier. It was the 183 and the number 3 that had that first lap drama heading out of pit bend. So that was Emerson McAndrew-Uren getting caught out once more. So it's him and Alfie Ward that really clipped each other and ended off onto the grass. Leading this race, though, Edward Haynes, your pole sitter, continues to push forward over the likes of James Roots. Logan Rolfe then sat in 3rd position. Logan having a good weekend so far. Really good steps up the order by him. Maybe didn't have the Warden Law that he would have wanted, but within, come to Dunkeswell, looks settled and looks quick in that kart. Let's take you through your order then for these early stages of this race. It is Edward Haynes that leads from James Roots, Logan Rolfe, Joshua Griffin, and then Ryan White. But it looks like it's a battle for about 5th position that is going on. Joshua Griffin, the number 5, is kind of leading this battle of karts. So it is the likes of Ryan White, Lucian Smith, and Ollie Spencer. So once again, theme of the day is KR Sport drivers getting into these small trains of each other and start to push forward, but also, like we saw in the juniors, tripping over each other a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit in that second half of the top 10. Edward Haynes really pushing. He's making a bit of a break for it here. Ahead of James Roots, has got himself fired up as they head through the dogleg. Big chunk of curb there taken by Edward Haynes. What is the gap going to be at the end of this one? Okay, it just holds at short of half a tenth. Oh, bit of a moment there for Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin on his return had to sit out of Warden Law due to having a bit of a injury off the back of a club event earlier on in the season. Has had good speed, won here 2 weeks ago, in fact, as part of preparations for this round of the British Championships. That was a near moment for Joshua Griffin. Has lost out to Lucian Smith there in the 144, but at least is still part of the battle at the front of this group. Apologies, no, it's not the 144 that's come through, it's the 147 of Ryan White. Ryan White getting better and better all the time. Good to see from our former Honda Cadet British champion 2 seasons ago. Had a difficult 2024 as well as taking this step into the ROTAX categories, running up there in 3rd place, and has been one of the shining stars for Hunter Motorsport so far this weekend.
Definitely has, like you said, our Honda Cadet previous British champion, but you know, similar size karts but very different. The tyre that they use in Honda, you've got a really stiff sidewall which allows the driving to become easier for the drivers, and they haven't got to think about kart setup as much. It's more just focused on the driving, but as you jump into a mini class, it becomes harder where the tyre gets softer and the driver has to think about the setup a little bit and kind of mature the way that they drive, because there's more factors that contribute into it. And of course, a mini engine, it's faster, it's quicker, you've got much more to think about. You know, you've got to think about the temperature of the thing and monitoring that. You know, it's just as you get older and you get more experienced, it happens to these drivers. But Ryan White within this one looks like he's really starting to learn a thing or two. Battle goes on then between 2 KR drivers. I think that's Joshua Cook and Lucian Smith there fighting out for 6th and 7th position. Logan Rolfe then just starting to get shuffled back slightly in the pack. Finds himself in 8th position, was previously 3rd on that lap, and is now vulnerable to Emerson McAndrew-Yeren, who is really trying to jump back up the order after that first lap drama.
Big couple of laps I feel here for Emerson McAndrew-Yeren. Has got to get back on form. The speed was definitely there at Warden Law. It was the reliability in the final that cost Emerson McAndrew-Yeren, a bit of bad luck on this occasion. He's already had a not so good result in Heat 1. He needs a big one here. It won't rule him out, of course, if he has another not great result here, but it then puts all the weight on the Super Heat tomorrow. Emerson McAndrew-Yeren now back up to P9. This is better, but he'll want to probably try and break into the top 6 if he can. 4.5 minutes remaining. Here's your battle for 3rd place. Griffin, Spencer, White heading into Hangar Corner, turn 8 now. They've been dropped by James Roots, who's up there, a bit of a lonesome drive at the moment in 2nd place. As things stand, it would be Haynes and Oman on 0 points before the final heats later on this afternoon. Mayer would be 3rd on 2, as through there goes Ollie Spencer, through into 3rd place, where we saw a lot of overtaking from Spencer last time out at Warden Law. Had those issues in TQ, which meant he had to drive through the field in the heats. Good to see that overtaking prowess is still there for the birthday boy this weekend, Nicole. That's a nice move. Spencer up to P3.
Absolutely is. No major movers within this race so far. We've got Fraser Anderson is up by 5 positions, but is now given a warning flag. You've then got Sebastian Biermann up by 7. Your Mike Crow GP plate champion of last year, one of those drivers that jumped into the Minimax category for 2025, had maybe a little bit of a slow start to things, maybe not at the end of the grid that he would have liked to be straight away, but I do see from him weekend after weekend there is progress going on for him and that Jax Motorsport team. This battle, though, for third position, still going on. No change, no attempt by Joshua Griffin on birthday boy Oliver Spencer just yet. Ryan White, though, for Hunter, sat there in fourth and really just trying to suss these two drivers out. Sussing out, though, is Emerson McAndrew-Uren down the inside at the left-hander in that second sector then, and now gets himself into eighth and with the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's good stuff there from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Sebastian Behrman, whilst mentioned and praised by you there, Nicole, I think this might be your first commentator's curse of the day. Under investigation now for something that's happened out there. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, now the fastest driver on circuit, is up to P7. He said a top 6 would do. Get some good points on the board. And, well, Joshua Cook is currently holding that position. I'd say with 2.25 minutes to go, they might work together here. They might feel that they can potentially start to chip away at that gap up to Ryan White. 1.2 seconds the gap at the moment. Changed for 17th as well. Harry Radcliffe has got through past Maximilian Abrahart. I think Luke Millwood's also gained a spot. A bit of a tough weekend so far is Luke, but has just got past Alfie Ward for 22nd place.
Bit of a relaxed drive then within this one. Edward Haynes, we've hardly said anything about him. Leads away by 2.4 seconds. Really just been gifted a bit of potential, because I'm not going to commentator's curse, because I'll say something and then something will go really wrong. But, you know, well, it did say 2.4 seconds. It's now gone to 1.2, so potential timing issue there on your screens. Nonetheless, though, relaxed drive by him. He's really just kind of been given a bit of an easy one within this one.
And leading the team well. The youngsters, the micros and the minis for Strawberry Racing have looked really good across the course of the free practices and the TQs so far this weekend. Edward Haynes delivering these results at the moment for them.
And I think within the team as well, and what I noticed in quali, those Strawberry drivers, the younger lot, are really pulling each other along.
Yeah.
They went out in qualifying in a team tactic and towed each other around, and I think you can imagine that in the awning they probably pull each other along in the sense of data and looking at each other's graphs and learning off of each other.
No, definitely do that. 40 seconds and counting. Spencer needing to defend here from Joshua Griffin. This is for third place, just coming through turns 5, 6 and 7. Quickly speeding down to turn number 8. Is that gap looking like back to Emerson McAndrew-Uren? It is coming down, but not at an astonishing rate. It's gone from 1.2. Actually, no, it's come down to 0.9. Okay, no, there is still a chance here that Emerson McAndrew-Uren and co could catch Spencer, Griffin and White, particularly if there's some more defensive driving from Oliver Spencer. We're going to have 2 more laps of this one. Time expires now. Edward Haynes still leads. Oh, plus 5 second penalty for Joshua Griffin. That's just popped up on our board. So that's going to drop the number 5 seed down the order a fair bit here. And right now, Joshua Griffin's not going to want Oliver Spencer to defend, because that's going to bring more drivers into play, into that window of 5 seconds. This could be a bit of a costly one for Joshua Griffin. Meanwhile, race leader Edward Haynes in the orange and black helmet there. It's looking good here for a potential race victory. On to the final lap now. James Root still solidly there in second place. What is going to happen in this fight for third place? Oliver Spencer has controlled it pretty well across the course of the last few laps. Griffin now feels the need to defend from Ryan White as they head through turns 2 and 3 onto the little back stretch into turn number 4. Spencer can start to relax now. He's not under immediate threat from Joshua Griffin. White has a little look. That may open a chance for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who's worked hard to get back up to 6th place here. But Edward Haynes out of turn 8, just the dogleg of 9 and 10 to go. Very good start to the race weekend for Edward Haynes, and will have an opportunity to take pole position in the super heat in the final heat later on today. It'll be a 1v1 in terms of 0-point scorers with Austin Oman. Very good job indeed by Edward Haynes. Did something happen? No. It's hopped back up now. James Roots did get over the line, P2 there. Oliver Spencer third, Joshua Griffin fourth. Emerson McAndrew-UN did get P5 at the end there. I know he'll want more, Nicole, but that's a solid run for M, considering how that race started.
Set up a really nice move. They headed out of hangar and he just managed to pip Ryan White going into the dogleg section, went down the inside, and when you do a move like that, it's really a test between drivers who's a little bit braver. It's a bit of a game when they overtake into the dogleg of who's going to hold it on the power for longer. Are you braver than I am? Emerson, though, it was a lovely move by him, and then theoretically, because of that 5 seconds for Joshua Griffin, he's actually gone into 4th position.
No, very good point. That all of those drivers immediately behind Griffin will definitely benefit from that +5 second for the number 5. So Haynes from Roots, Spencer, Griffin, McAndrew-UN on the road. Ryan White in 6th place. So it's the two 2023 champions, Linus Stern there 5th and 6th. Joshua Cook P7, Lucian Smith, Tom Reed and Logan Rolfe all inside the top 10. All of those drivers will bump up 1 spot once Griffin's +5 has been applied. Benjamin Lawn will as well. 11th on the road. Arthur Farrow, the older of the Farrow brothers, was 12th on the road. I think he's going to be the first driver who, yes, will not move up. So Griffin will drop to P11. Arthur Farrow 12th. Fraser Anderson, decent drive up 4 spots there to 13th. Sebastian Behrman up 8 to 14th. Soren Gallagher completed the top 15. Harry Radcliffe, we shouldn't forget, was there in 16th place. Ahead of Stanley Stafford, Alfie Ward, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Eddie Duncan. Eddie up 5 places into the top 20. Max Abrahart, James Devereaux, Luke Millwood, Jensen Walker and Maria Roberto complete the 25 finishers in that one. For everyone who started on the Antipole side of the grid, that is them done. They've got their 2 heats complete. I think the highest ranked of them, although this is of course on provisional points, is Griffin with a 4, but that will drop down later, of course, once that +5 has been applied, and you, again, will accumulate more points with the positions lost on the final classification. So I think Ryan White is going to be nicely positioned off the back of those heats. All very still provisional though, and we've still got another one of these heats to go for Minimax 950, which will be one of our later races today, our penultimate race at 5:32. More to come though, here from Dunkeswell for event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships after this short ad break. Welcome back, everybody, to Dunkeswell, circuit that's seen a lot of changes, a lot of improvements over the past 18 months, particularly down here in the pit lane, in the dummy grid, and through scrutineering. It's back over to the seniors for the next part of our programme. Race number 7, the second heat for Senior ROTAX. The first appearance in a racing capacity here this afternoon of Group A. A number of these drivers that we're seeing at the moment in Group A, the fastest from qualifying. But all of this racing, it's too hard for some. You've just got to take a little bit of a rest here on this Saturday afternoon.
I think that was the puppy that was wearing in a KR Sport t-shirt yesterday. And we put it on social media because he was KR mascot for the weekend.
Group C out in this one as well for all the drivers on the anti-pole side of the grid. This is their second and final heat. This will set where they start. Ah, no, there's KR Sport Pup.
Oh.
So lots of pups around today. We'll surely get some of them on the paddock show later on. Do stick around if you're at the circuit for the paddock show later on. We'll be coming around and having a chat and get involved with the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Even go have a little practice, unofficial practice down in the race centre before we have that again later on this evening. Let's get ready for it though. Senior ROTAX Heat 2 is next. Back here at Dunkeswell for race number 7. Second heat for senior ROTAX, and really, really intriguing set of drivers. They're out on circuit in a few moments' time. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 2. Matthew Higgins starts on pole position. America's Charlie Smith alongside on the front row. Harry Bartle enters the action on the inside of row number 2, is joined by Guy Cunnington. On the third row, Freddie Ingram is joined by Joshua Graham. Macaulay Bishop is back and he starts this one from row 4 alongside Kai Hunter.
Going from row number 6, we have Jack Lilly alongside Lewis Goff. From 5. From 6, we have Joshua Whitcomb with William Antrobus. Going from 7, we have Ewan Charman and Neo Clark. Shortly behind, we have Kai Veach with Tyler Harris. Going from the 9th row, we have Adam Wooden, and alongside is Rachel Robertson.
Row number 10, Charlie Cox is joined by Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Miles Roby and Deacon Russell on row 11. Henry Gregory and Harrison Crowther go from row number 12. It's Luke Bates and Sam Marsh completing the 26 runners in this one. This could be quite an interesting heat, ladies and gentlemen. Likes of Higgins, Bartle, Bishop, Graham, Cunnington, Hunter. There's a lot of big names in this one. Away we go for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a very even start down into turn 1. Matthew Higgins will lead off. Oh, and there's problems in the second half of the field. And I think was Guy Cunnington involved there. I think Harry Bartle may have lost out as well. One of the Jack's Motorsport drivers is off the back. That may have been Luke Bate, but that all went wrong in the second half of turn 1, Nicole.
Well, we've lost Harrison Crowther then from that instant, and I think at the start, Andrew, I could see Teddy Pritchard-Williams right out of position. He didn't cross the start-finish gantry where he was supposed to. He was right down the order, wondering what went wrong for him in that rolling up lap. But they'll head into the dogleg for the first time for the first lap of this race. We led the way then. Matthew Higgins for DHR continues to put in strong results. Is then Harry Bartle from Freddie Ingram, and Macaulay Bishop is there in 4th, making up 3 positions. Retirement then
Guy
for
Cunnington.
the 352. Guy Cunnington, a local to this track, very knowledgeable, very skilled round here, is out within this heat.
That is not good news for the driver. Second in the championship before this weekend. Had a 5th place in the first round of heats, and that is going to be a very low score. Well, a big score, but not in a good way. He's going to tumble down the intermediate classification. He'll score something like 22, 23 intermediate points. Remember, in this system, the lower the number, the better. Harrison Crowther, I can see, is out of this one as well. He's just walking to the marshal post just outside of our commentary box window. A number of drivers not happy about that start. Matthew Higgins, though, leads this race by 0.6 of a second. Harry Bartle did manage to get through everything that happened there on the first lap, there or thereabouts. It was Charlie Smith, apologies. It was Charlie Smith. I knew there was a Strawberry Racing driver who'd fallen down the order there, and it was the American who's gone down to P21. Freddie Ingram's had a decent start, is there in third place in kart 369 with the red and white helmet just coming towards the dogleg now. Macaulay Bishop was not at Warden Law, of course, has served his suspension and is now back in racing action. And I am intrigued to see how Macaulay Bishop gets on. We know he's going to be quick because it's Macaulay Bishop, but he's effectively lost all of his dropped scores, Nicole. He can't put a foot wrong. He can't have, a DNF in a final, for example, and that's it. The championship would realistically be over for Macaulay Bishop. What kind of mindset do you think he's in this weekend going into it?
To be honest, Andrew, watching the way he's driven over the past 12 months, I don't think we're going to see anything different from him. I think he's going to be, going for it lap after lap, making those overtakes. Maybe needs to be a little bit more careful because, like you said, if he gets caught out, he's got no more drop scores to play with. Just taking a note then within this one, your top 5 currently are those drivers with that slight tyre advantage.
Yep.
Because a lot of your grid were in that first heat. But the likes of Higgins, Bartle, Ingram, Bishop and Lilly are actually on that fresher tyre. Antrobus has done a heat already. He's up by 6 positions, sits in 6th. And although the tyre doesn't drop away too much at this circuit, just conscious of what's going to happen in a couple of minutes' time to the likes of Antrobus, to the likes of Hunter that have already completed a race. There we go then on the weighing bridge. We've got a retirement for the 318. That is Charlie Smith, the driver who was in the top 3 of his first heat. Nasso panel looks like it's taken a bit of a beating there. It's got a tyre mark on it. Probably indicates somebody's probably gone over the front end of that kart.
Yeah, not good news for Charlie Smith into the first turn again. Well, Sam Pollitt's at the front of that particular group. That's going to be the 351 of Lewis Goff, who had a +5 second penalty in his first race, so he's needing positions here, needs to get a good score. All of these drivers will race in super heats tomorrow. There's no cut-off before the super heats, but they don't want to leave themselves with too much work to do in that intermediate classification to make the final 34. And remember as well, we were talking about it earlier today, how important timed qualifying is in terms of getting yourself in a good position. It's not the easiest circuit to overtake around, Nicole. Yes, you can make the final, you can be in that top 34, but realistically, if you're outside the top 20, that's going to be a long Sunday afternoon for you.
Absolutely is. Focusing though on this battle for 6th position, we've got, for 2nd position, Matthew Higgins then, 3rd in the world in FIA, jumped back into the BKC for 2025.
Yep.
Wasn't with us last year. He's out there leading by 1.4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. But it really is Harry Bartle and Freddie Ingram just look like they're kind of following each other around in this snake, in this small train, trying to see if they can maybe take a chunk out of Higgins, but actually maybe think, it's going to start to heat up between Bartle, Ingram and Bishop very shortly. They're 3 young guns, got a lot of energy going on. Watch these 3 throughout the weekend because I think some things are going to progress between them.
Bishop down the inside takes 3rd place away from Ingram. We were talking about what frame of mind is Macaulay Bishop going to be in this weekend. How does he approach this weekend? How does he approach the rest of this championship? In a similar regard, all the others, how in their minds did they approach the prospect of Macaulay Bishop and his championship chances, because they know he has to have a pretty much perfect score.
Do you see him as a problem? That's the thing. As a driver, am I looking at him and thinking you're an issue, or am I looking at you and thinking you didn't do the first round?
I would say in most cases, yes. If it was a driver who hadn't done the first round, they wouldn't see him as a problem. But this is Macaulay Bishop that we're talking about here. And yeah, it's just curious how the mathematics of it will work. We saw so many races last year where Macaulay would get to the front. I think particularly back to Kim Bolton that weekend. The 2 of us in the box for Kim Bolton, and how you just couldn't control Macaulay Bishop because he had this ruthless ability of getting to the front of the field and just disappearing. It was a huge part of his title campaign that obviously he won in the end in 2024. That's why he's got the #1 plate. They kind of know that if Macaulay Bishop's going to be beaten, the most likely way of doing it, bottling him up in the pack. If he's around 7th or 8th in the packs, not able to use his ferocious speed out at the front of the field. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the other drivers play against him when they know that Macaulay Bishop's got to go out and win these races if he's going to retain his title.
Absolutely that. William Antrobus then continues to try his best to charge through the field, leads from teammate of Jack Lilly in sixth. They have changed for positions, I believe, because the black helmet on your screen then, you can't miss it. So it is William Antrobus that leads from Jack Lilly. And then we've got Kai Hunter in there. Kai, last time we were at Dunkeswell, you know, really massive contender here. He's had great results here over the years, won an O-plate at this track previously. This weekend, though, a little bit of a slow start so far, a bit of a calm one. We've not really said his name.
Yeah, it's a continuation of what we saw at Warden Law. I mean, I know it's the cliche, if we go to Warden Law, we expect the Hunters to run well with at their home circuit, but it just never seemed to click to that 10 out of 10 position that we're so used to with Kai. And we should also remember he has that ability of getting that last little bit of performance out of a kart that's maybe not fully to, you know, his liking. He's able to wrestle results out of things that other drivers can't, shall we say. So we never rule him out, but yeah, it seems to be a pattern of the season so far for Kai Hunter that he's in there in the top 10, but not right at the sharp end where he wants to be.
Fastest lap then still belongs to your race leader and the GP plate of Matthew Higgins, driving around in his own air. And this is the stage in the race, Andrew. It gets into a bit of a lull, bit calm things going on from these senior drivers, not what we saw from maybe our past 2 or 3 heats where it was really busy. In this one, not really any major changes and not really any major movers. We've got Antrobus sat there in 5th. He's gone up by 7 positions, but within this one, calmer race.
Yeah, and in a much stronger position than we saw at Warden Law. Remember back to that first round of heats for Higgins. He had a retirement. It wasn't his fault. This is going to leave him at the moment in the lead of the intermediate classification, and similar to what we were talking about with the minis earlier, bit of a 1v1 of those on 0 points potentially on the table for us when we get to that final heat later on this afternoon. Mentioning Kai Hunter being a little bit out of sorts, he's now all over the back of Jack Lilly for 6th place. So is Kai going to throw one in here? I've been hearing as well that Kai Hunter has got, well, we've seen his new lid out for a while. I think he's got a new suit. He's not got the new race suit on yet, but I do hear that he's got one with a bit of a new design. Potentially we'll see that tomorrow.
5-second time penalty then goes to Josh Griffin. He sat in 10th position behind Ewan Charman. So incident out there on circuit has awarded Josh a 5 second. That then drops him right down the order. It puts him to about 20th position. Yeah,
not good news for Withcombe. One of the rookies in the senior category hasn't taken part in, say, a junior ROTAX or any of the other younger classes through his time in racing. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet. Matthew Higgins will see the board in a few moments' time to indicate that we are going on to the final lap. He is comfortably clear, 1.8 seconds clear of Harry Bartle. Macaulay Bishop not too far behind, but I don't think he's going to be in distance, in range of being able to overtake Harry Bartle on this occasion. And Bartle's, for me, too wise, too experienced a driver to simply start defending thin air. Matthew Higgins, though, this is a very good bit of news for the Welshman. Still don't know whether he's going to be part of every single round of the championship. We'll wait and see on that one. But whilst he's here, whilst he's looking quick, he's one of DHR's biggest hopes to take race victories. He exits the final corner. Matthew Higgins wins his first heat of the weekend and will go into the final heat of this phase later on this afternoon, tied on points with Lewis Gilbert. That is going to be a tasty battle to enjoy as we get towards 6 o'clock. Harry Bartle P2. Good start for Bartle. 2 points on the board then for him. Macaulay Bishop on his return to racing action. 3rd, Freddie Ingram and William Antrobus score nicely in the top 5. That's some useful results for Antrobus. 2 top 10s. should leave him in a decent position on the grid for the super heats that we'll see tomorrow morning. Jack Lilly, Kai Hunter, Joshua Graham, Ewan Charman and Joshua Whitcomb all in the top 10, Nicole.
Rounding out your top 20 then, we have Neo Clark, Adam Wooden, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Kai Veach, Henry Gregory, Lewis Goff, Charlie Cox, Deacon Russell and Rachel Robertson. We then have Tyler Harris in 20th and Miles Roby in 21st, and they were all your finishers for that race. Drama then for Charlie Smith and Guy Cunnington, who were two of the strongest drivers within that race. They both took retirements, as did Harrison Crowther right at the start of that race. Luke Bate did not complete a lap, and neither did Sam Marsh.
No, they didn't indeed. There are some of those mentioned carts or drivers of said carts heading back to their awnings. Paulie Bishop, 3rd place in that one. So as things stand in the intermediate classification, number of these drivers, of course, have got a race to go. Others have got no races to go. Higgins and Gilbert, 0 points apiece. Bartle on 2, on his own in 3rd place. Hingley and Bishop sharing 4th place at the moment on 3. Mencia and Ingram are both on 4. West on 6. That's your top 8 in the intermediate classification as things stand. And as we say, the seniors will be back out later on. It'll be an A versus B race to finish us off today at 5:52. What have you spotted, Nicole?
I think Jack Lilly has been given a nose cone there. I can see a picture being taken of it. I can see another driver in the background, I think, being inspected, but not sure whether that driver, if there was a picture taken of the nose cone. For the viewers at home, when you see a picture being taken, it means penalty is going to be awarded.
How does it feel when that happens? When you've raced really, really hard through a heat, you think you've got a great result, and then that foam comes out.
Oh, well, you come down the pit lane, and sometimes, you're sat there thinking, please don't notice, please don't notice, please don't notice. But they always do, and you've just got to take it. It's one of those things. And more often than not, you actually know you've got a nose cone when you're going round. So
can you feel it as a vibration?
It depends how much it's dropped. If you've got both brackets have popped in, a lot of the time you can feel it. And if you're on a circuit with elevation change, a lot of the time it scrapes on the floor. You can feel it, bobbling around. But more often than not, if it's just one side, you can't feel anything. And they don't always pop in completely, if that makes sense. Sometimes it's just a fraction, but it's still a penalty.
It is indeed. Drivers at the front of the field going over the weighbridge, making sure that they're all meeting the requirements. We'll have more racing here from Dunkeswell in a few moments after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, once again to Dunkeswell for Event 3 of these Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Juniors up next, start of their second round of heats. We saw a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde set of heats earlier on for the juniors, Nicole. One was very calm, a little bit sedate, you know, going through the motions, and the other one quite scrappy.
Yeah, I enjoyed the second one. There was a lot going on. Very exciting.
For this one, you've got A versus C and B versus D. That's the draw for the groups in this one. And this is the second and final round. It's not a full round robin like the European competitions that have heats and heats and heats and go on and on and on for what feels like 7 days. Just the 2 rounds of heats for the juniors in this one. And again, all the results combined will set the grid for the super heats tomorrow. Intermediate points do carry on over for them to then give them championship points once we've completed the super heats tomorrow morning. So yeah, we're going to be expecting good things here from the juniors. If you missed the juniors earlier on and you don't mind the spoilers, here they come. Cameron Nelson, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Barham did a 1-2-3 for DHR in the first heat. In the second heat, Cole Denham made it a double set of heat wins for DHR in the second group. Archie Lovett and Charlie Wolf have got good results as well. What's going to happen in round number 2? We're going to find out right now. Let's run you through the order then for heat number 3. Start of the second round for junior ROTAX. Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham, race winners in round 1, face each other here in round 2 on the front row. Cameron Nelson and Harry Freeman go from the second row of the grid. On row 3, it's Alfie McBain and Leon Hasty. Row 4, Ollie White and Ethan Griffiths.
Going from row number 5, we have Albert Friend with Jared Fox-Whiteley. From 6 is Cian Bernard with John Buchan. And from 7, it's Ryan Gandor and Matteo Palazzo. Going from row number 8 is Louis Radcliffe with Finley Buck, and then shortly behind on row number 9 we have Harry Holland with Charlie King.
Harney Sadiq and Vlad Tomanchuk on an all-KR Sport row 10, Sam Mott and Conor Large on 11, Samir Paul and Pierce Wade on the 12th row of the grid ahead of Sam Kohler, Kieran Stewart, DeJean Bennett and Daniel Hartley. Those are your 28 runners for race number 8 of the day here at Dunkeswell down in the southwest of England. Ashcroft versus Denham. This could be a story that rolls through many parts of this weekend. What's going to happen in this heat? Well, the first thing that's going to happen, Nicole, is a false start.
Nigel Edwards not quite happy with that one then. He is your race director, stood on the gantry with the power over the lights.
Very experienced race director indeed. I wonder if they just were a little bit eager on the acceleration on that occasion, because the formation of the 28, or the order of the 28, looked pretty good. But we'll go around again. We are going around again. Past the hangar there. And, oh, here we go. I knew the games were going to be starting pretty soon. Ashcroft has broken off the front there. Denham just holding back a bit. Now, of course, they need to get into formation by the time they get to the overtaking line, or the no more overtaking line, which is in the last quarter of the circuit. But a few games being played here, Nicole, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. You know, Jacob Ashcroft's got to be careful now just to slow it down, because they are getting quite close to that start-finish line. He's really got to bunch up the back of the pack, which it looks like he is doing so now, heading through the bus stop, which will give all of these drivers an opportunity then to really sort themselves out. Will they go on the second time of asking them? Yes, they do. So it's Ashcroft that leads the way, swipes over onto that racing line. Nice start by Ashcroft, and Albie Friend gets caught out once again in that pit bend. That happened to him in the first heat, but does continue on the road. As we got some drivers going backwards then into the chicane section. We've lost one of the Strawberries and one of the KRs. So that is drivers quite high up the order. The likes of Ethan Griffiths was involved in that one. Let's go back to the front end of your order though. We've got good starts then by the likes of Leon Hasty Ashcroft, your pole sitter, continues to lead the way into hangar. Kian Bernard had a good start earlier on in his heat. Same again in this second one for him. The Wera Tools back driver for 2025, having a good showing so far in Dunkeswell for round 2. We'll take you through your top 5 though, because it is Ashcroft that leads from Denham and Nelson. No moves attempted in that top 3, and then we've got Kian and Ryan Gandor.
Yeah, it's not been a good start for Alfie McBain, who is one of the drivers involved right at the front of the field. Down the inside for 4th place goes Ryan Gandor. Harry Holland there needs a good result. Remember,
up
again,
by 11.
Yeah, up 11 places, and was caught out in an incident on the first lap of his first heat. So Harry Holland having one of those drives that potentially could make the difference between being in that top 34 of the intermediate classification after the super heats tomorrow morning. That's going to be the point which drivers know whether they've made the final or it's the end, an early end to their weekends here in Dunkeswell. 8 minutes, 8.25 minutes to go down the inside there. That was Jared Fox-Whiteley going for a move on Oliver White, if I was not mistaken. Someone's got a broken exhaust. We just heard it come down pit lane. Might be John Buchan. Oh, that's another not good result for John Buchan. The radiator out of position as well, because it just got a bit of a steep angle of attack on it. Either way, Buchan out of this one at the end of lap number 2.
It's a DHR breakaway once again in this heat. We've had Nelson had a race win. Cole Denham has had a race win. Will this third one give Jacob Ashcroft the opportunity? Leads the way only by 2/10 over Denham, the Scottish driver. But the gap that they have actually pulled away to the likes of Gandor, Bernard and Harry Holland is just over 2 seconds, really working together in the early stages. We've got drivers overtaking through pit bend then. That's a little bit further down at the order where it's a bit busier and there's more jostling for position. But the top 3, nothing really going on. Good start by Harry Holland, up by 11 places within this one. And by the places gained by Gandor, Bernard and Holland, I'd actually say in that first lap commotion, those 3 really, pushed through the field together to get themselves into that top 5, top 6.
It's one of those that if you managed to just keep a line on the inside, I imagine you gained quite a lot there. Big chunk of curb taken by Jacob Ashcroft there. That made you wince in the box.
If you had a Red Bull, it's got wings.
Cole Denham still there in 2nd place. Cameron Nelson goes for the move on his teammate down the inside. That's lovely stuff from the Welsh driver up into 2nd place. If he was to win this one, that would, I reckon, secure pole position for Super Heat A. A little bit of hopping there for Cole Denham coming out of turn number 4. Didn't look comfortable at all. So it's Ashcroft from Nelson, Denham, Gandor, Bernard, Harry Holland still there up in 6th place. Leon Hasty needing a good result here to get his weekend back on track, as it were. Good drive up through the order as well. Sam Kohler, new driver to the paddock this weekend, has gained 10 places now into the top 15. Here's the pack with Harry Freeman going down the inside of Harry Holland there. That was for 7th place into turn 2. And there's another one through turn 2. How do you approach that as an overtaking opportunity, Nicole? It looks like quite a tight run down there into turn 2 and turn 3.
Absolutely is. It's one of those things, you don't want to go too deep into things too fast. And we said it earlier on, you've really got to set it up in the corner before. That right-hand curb you almost use as a braking reference. And you see these drivers really set it up in a straight line going into there. You brake in a straight line, hold the wheel, nice, and really just kind of let the steering go and, get it rotated into there. You mentioned the hopping as well, Andrew. You saw a little bit from Cole Denham. Just casting my mind back to when we raced here last time, that is something that you're going to see more and more of as the track grips up and drivers have really got to work back in the awnings to get the setup going to combat that. We've got battles continuing to go on through this chicane section then between the SPRs, between the Ultimate Rs and between Sam KR. So that's all for that kind of top 10 position. Going back to this battle, though, for that top 3, no change yet between Nelson, Denham and Ashcroft. Ashcroft is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. And I've noticed the theme so far, Andrew. We questioned how much drivers would gain in the toe. You know, as I say it, commentators cursed, Harry Freeman is now your fastest driver out there. We questioned how much drivers would gain in the toe, and what I've seen so far, not that much.
Yeah.
Because in each one, the race leader quite often is your fastest driver out there, and I've not really seen anybody massively being caught up in the slipstream. Drivers getting a little bit caught out then are, you know, is this battle that continues to go on between the likes of Connor Large, Pierce Wade, Hani Sadiq, Alfie McBain and Sam Collar. That's right at the back of your grid. So they're really trying to use this opportunity to overtake and try and gain some points back.
Yeah, Alfie McBain trying to come back through the field, of course, after that unfortunate start. Is back into the top 20 once again. It is mighty close in Junior ROTAX this weekend. Why do I say that? Intermediate classification at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers. The top 6 drivers currently covered by 1 single point. All of them either on 2 or 3. That could all change in the next 3.5 minutes. Ashcroft a little bit wide there, running through turn and out of turn number 4, down towards this sweeping part of the course, in through Hanger Corner, turn number 8, and Cameron Nelson, as he did in the first heat, starting to put Jacob Ashcroft under a bit of pressure here, Nicole.
Absolutely is nothing between those two drivers then. They'll head under the start-finish gantry, 0.2 of a second. Nelson is within that space to try and get something done on Jacob Ashcroft, or is there going to be team tactics that go on? You know, Ashcroft has not taken a heat win just yet, whereas his 2 teammates behind him, Nelson and Denham, have. So maybe they might get signalled, you know, leave it. Question, you know, it could be the case, but watch Nelson. You know, how is he going to behave behind his teammate?
To play devil's advocate, why would the team want to do that? Because from a driver's perspective, they're all racing drivers. They all want to win. They all want to be top of the table at the end of these heats.
Well, you want as many of your drivers as far up the order as you can. So, you know, the teams don't care which driver wins, as long as it's one with their sticker kit on. You know, as long as it says DHR on the back of the suit, Dan Nolland is not going to mind which one it is. So it's a game of that, you know, try and get as many up, as far up as you can, and then battle it out in the later stages of the weekend. Trying to make up places once again then is Albert Friend. That's a promotion for him into 9th position. Albie, he's been caught out in both heats so far on the opening lap, on the first corner, got spun round in the first, and then in the second just bumped into the back of someone, but trying to redeem those tricky results. Jacob Ashcroft then continuing to lead the way out of Hanger Bend. Head down then, just try and duck under a little bit of headwind that's probably being experienced. It is a bit breezy out there. You could see some of the trees in the background, you know. There is a bit of that, but I said a minute ago, I don't think these drivers are benefiting too much in that toe. Kian Bernard is the driver that's being focused on by these cameras. He's in 5th position, up by 6 places within this one, really having a strong showing. But he's now got the fastest driver on the circuit shortly behind him, Harry Freeman, and Harry's faster than Kian by about 2.5 tenths.
And we know that Harry, from the first round of heats, isn't scared of going for an overtake. So we'll see how Harry Freeman approaches this one. Out of Hanger Corner, out of turn 8, the dog leg up next, and once again trying to set things up for Pitts Bend, but gotta say Bernard got a very good exit there out of turns 9 and 10. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Jacob Ashcroft has the race lead. If things were to stay this way, he would also secure pole position for Superheat A. Why? Well, because of all the drivers on 2 points, he's... Oh, that's a touch between Bernard and Freeman. Down into turn 4, Leon Hasty nearly able to take advantage of that, but that could have been a nasty one between Bernard and Freeman. But just to finish on Ashcroft, because Ashcroft was quickest in timed qualifying earlier on this morning and in the early part of the afternoon, he is always going to win a points tiebreaker scenario should it be required. Having said that, though, is that a problem on timing? No, it's absolutely fine yet. Jacob Ashcroft still in the lead of this race. Our hearts skipped for a little moment there.
You sounded like you panicked then, Andrew.
So I probably panicked Barry there with that one. Sorry, Bazza. But we are on the final lap here. This is a good scrap as Leon Hasty goes through past Freeman, having a fight with Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley down the inside. That will be the 222 up to 7th place.
Freeman, sorry to cut you off, really got it wrong in the chicane then. Just really went in too deep, slid, and then lost 2 places.
And it's what you said, that area down into turn 2 and 3 is one of the easiest places to get wrong, is it not? Jacob Ashcroft wins it then, and with that should secure pole position for Superheat A tomorrow morning and give himself a clear path, if he can do it again, convert from pole position for another 65 championship points at a perfect score through Warden Law, and is looking to continue this great form, Nicole.
Absolutely is. Like you said, Andrew, currently leading that intermediate classification with 2 points, but is tied with Cameron Nelson and Archie Lovett. So Ashcroft takes the race win ahead of teammates Cameron Nelson and Cole Denham. Then they are followed behind by Ryan Gandor, Kian Bernard and Leon Hasty. Leon not making any positions up within that race, but still strong results. We've then got Jared Fox Whiteley, Harry Freeman and Finley Buck, followed behind by Albert Friend, who did redeem himself after a difficult start, and they are your top 10.
Good stuff for our juniors. Still one heat to go, of course, for the juniors. Vlad Tomanchuk P11, Harry Holland, Oliver White, Mateo Palazzo, Louis Radcliffe take us down to 15th. Harney Sadiq, good effort there from Harney on a first run in the British Champs, P16. Ethan Griffiths, Alfie McBain, Connor Large and Daniel Hartley on the top 20. Pierce Wade, Sam Kohler, Charlie King, Samir Paul and Sam Mott in the top 25. All 28 drivers, sorry, I was about to say all 28 drivers who started the race finished. That would not be correct. DeJohn Bennett and Kieran Stewart did, but John Buchan was the single retirement in that one. Leaves the intermediate classification with 1 race to go, looking like this. Ashcroft, Nelson, Lovett, all on 2. Yes, Lovett is still to race, but you can't get negative points in the intermediates as much as he'd like to. He can only finish on 2 or higher. So again, that's why Jacob Ashcroft, we're calling in the box here, is on pole for Superheat A tomorrow. Oh dear, I think the 283 is going to be receiving a plus 5 seconds there. The Sam Pollitt of Louis Radcliffe. Yeah, well, you can see the front fairing there having a bit of a wobble as Louis heads towards the weighbridge. Rest of the intermediate classification, top 8. Cole Denham, Noah Barham, Charlie Wolford all on 3. Harry Taylor and Kai Clark completing that at the moment on 5, but it's very, very close again. We said this on Circuit PA, Nicole, but for the benefits of those not present here today, it feels with the juniors, Ashcroft's still on very good form, as we've seen for pretty much the last 6-9 months, nationally, continentally and internationally as well. But it feels like, especially his teammates, your Denhams, your Nelsons, and when things go right for like your Albie friends and all the rest of it, everyone's kind of looked at the performance of Jacob at Warden Law and gone, all right, we need to raise our game. We need to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he is your ROTAX Grand Final champion. Yep. He's always going to be the one to beat and the one, with that target on his back, dealing with it well so far, as we can see in this race start. Did exactly that, just jumped into the lead very quickly, but we did have drama for the rest of the field, including Albert Friend, and then we had some spins going into this complex section. We had battles going on between Kraft and KR drivers, and these KR drivers so far today really just fighting amongst each other. Leon Hasty didn't make up any positions within the race, but did get into a good battle with the likes of Finley Buck. We had drama between the 224 and the 273 through pit bend. Just a bit of pushing and shoving going on between these drivers. We also had the 260 of Hami Sadiq getting all involved, made up 3 possessions within the end of the race.
Yeah, good stuff from this group of juniors. This was the fight, as I say, involving Alfie McBain. Back at the front of the order, though, it's still another 1, 2, 3 for the DHR drivers. Ashcroft from Nelson and Denham. Albie Friend recovering back through the order would take a P10. This was a mighty close moment between Cian Bernard and Harry Freeman. Bit of smoke off the tyres as well tells the full story. Freeman in the end would finish P8. Good move here from Leon Hasty, O-plate holder, British Open champion, on his way to P6. But Ashcroft takes the heat win by just under 4/10 ahead of Cameron Nelson. That's a win and a second apiece for those two. Cole Denham with that third will be well positioned on the grids for the Super Heats tomorrow, Nicole.
Doesn't stop there though, because we get to see our juniors once again, and we get to see an onboard lap with Eva Morris, local driver who started at this track way back in Honda Cadets. Approaches turn number 1 of pit bend, nice and late and hard on the brakes, and uses all of the grip out there. Through this section of the chicane, it's a sharp left, and then they go back on themselves into that right-hander to then go down the airfield, past and down the mini straight. Another tight and twisty S's section. Some drivers tend to run this exit curb to use a little bit more of the track and run things a bit wider, but as you can see, Eva choosing to avoid that. Down and through Hanger, you know, one of these circuits, you know, you can be late and hard on everything, and there's a lot of grip out there to be used. Either one of these drivers using those curbs in that final corner. Some drivers, I think it's a driver preference thing. Some do it, you know, to keep the revs up in the engine and to shorten the distance that they're driving. Others find you might hit it, unsettle the back end, and then lose time. It really does just depend on how you're deciding to drive the kart and what kind of setup you've got on.
But the bit I always worry, Nicole, when I see karts, okay, it's not the biggest curb in the world, chains. You know, it's damaging the kart. That's always a bit of a question with the curbs. More on that later, of course, though. We're getting ready. Junior ROTAX, rather. Heat 4 is out next. Last heat for Junior ROTAX, and Albie Lapper starts on pole position. Noah Barham alongside on the front row. Archie Lovett and Harry Taylor go from row number 2. Next up, it's Charlie Wolford and Ellis Bell on row 3, Kai Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 4.
Going from row number 5 is Eva Morris, who we just saw an onboard lap from with Benjamin Baker. 6 is Zane Quaker and Mate Kobahidze of Georgia, and 7 is Ewan House with William Archer. Going from row number 8, we have Sebastian Clark and Riley Cranham. And from 9, we have Sam Pollitt, Sebastian Lusch with Jensen Chalk.
Henry Cameron and James Kell start on the 10th row of the grid for this one. They're ahead of Archie Rogers-Tyler and Jack Collinson for row number 11. Shane Chandaria and Joel Dixon-Cohen on row 12. Jake Flewitt and Lillian Scarborough on row 13. Elliot Surtees, Thomas Harper complete the 28 runners in this one.
No Archie
Problems for ART. Now, the 687, just to note for the eagle eye amongst you, the 6 indicates that that's a wild card entry, so it's not going to be for the full season. We are green. We are racing for this one. Heat 4 for Junior ROTAX. Good start for Albie Lapp. A couple of drivers running out to drivers left and a bit wide, but apart from that, yeah, it's not a bad start. Now, Archie Rogers-Tyler is allowed to join the race, Nicole. Oh, there's a bit of a car park forming at turn 2.
There we've got DHR drivers, SPR and MLC drivers all involved in that one. So I think that's Benjamin Baker possibly involved in that. Will confirm when they come over the line. And we've got more drama then. That's Harry Taylor getting caught out just on the entry to that sharp left-hand hairpin. So Taylor then, that started in 4th position, would have dropped all the way down the order. Now we'll confirm what your order is as they head out and to finish their first lap. So going under the start-finish gantry, it is Albie Lapper that leads the way from Charlie Wolfett. Kai Clark sits there in 3rd position ahead of Archie Lovett, and then Zane Quaker, who started all the way down in 11th, has jumped into 5th on just the first opening lap.
Lots of drivers with problems, as you mentioned there. Nicole, Benjamin Baker, Jensen Chalk, Shane Chandaria, Harry Taylor, Mate Kobahidze, Sebastian Lusch and Thomas Harper have all not come through as part of the main pack at the end of the first lap of her 2 karts in the pits as well. I think that's Kobahidze and Harper. Yeah, Thomas Harper is definitely one of them who will be going no further in this one. Is having a look at the rear of the karts there. What has gone wrong, do we reckon, on that one? It's not overly obvious. What is the problem? Is it potentially an electrical issue for Thomas Hoppe? You can see a good old tyre mark on the left-hand side pod, and yeah, Martin Karahidze from Georgia is out of this one as well. So Albi Lapper leads.
Harry Taylor retired then. We've just seen him go over over the weighing scale. So Taylor, the 253 for DHR, he's out within this heat. Going back to the drivers that are still circulating, though, Albi Lapper continues to lead the way. 0.7 of a second he's broken away from the rest of the field. Could just see a Marshall pushing another DHR kart out there on the circuit. So we'll watch to see who that is, wondering if it could
I think that's Koba Hidsaid, and then Taylor, as you right to say, Nicole, is the one who's pulled into pit lane. End of lap number 3 then. Albi Lapper leads this race by 1.31 seconds clear of Kai Clark. Here is the fight for second place. Clark from Wolfit, Zane Quaker. This is what I've wanted to see from Zane. I've been saying it for a little bit too long so far. Oh, very good. Really quick in free practice. And I was worried when we saw those problems in the first heat. I'm like, oh no, we're going to get the same thing that we saw at Warden Law of good pace for Ultimate R when it doesn't matter. Now here in this race, this is more like it from Zane Quaker, and a good chance of points. Still going to need to get obviously to the end of this one, and probably need a good result in the super heats as well to get a good grid position for the finals. That's when it ultimately matters here this weekend. But good to see Zane in that 2-1-1, up 7 places, running nicely in the top, well within the top 5.
Zane then just clipping the curb in pit bend. It looked like he tried to go for a move and backed out of it, and he's done it again through the chicane then. So just getting this first sector slightly wrong as he tries to battle for position. And again, that's another one. So that is the, that's...
Yeah, down to around 7th place.
So that's 3 in a row, 3 corners in a row that he's just got wrong. So needs to pick himself back up now and realise actually how that's affected the rest of this lap, because now he's vulnerable to the DHR driver of Noah Barham just behind him. So, you know, learn from that, Zane. We were just saying, you know, pick things back up again. Battles going on into pit bend. Then we've got Ellis Bell battling for position with William Archer. William Archer, new to the SPR team for 2025. KR team for 2025 for this weekend. So he was with SPR, was in that Kart Republic, but has jumped over to KR for the remainder of the season and has got back into an OTK, and it's looking like it's working for him so far this weekend. Not working for Zane Quaker then, as he's getting all out of sorts through that second sector, all over the curbs, and has really dropped positions now within this past 2-3 laps. He started off really strong and there's just all out of sorts.
Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit like rinse and repeat from what we saw in the first round. It's the second race. It's a bit scrappy out there. Not a classic so far. 5 minutes to go in this one. Defensive work there from Archie Lovett for P4, holding off Noah Barham. Ewan House in there as well. The Scottish driver up 7 places. Is there down the inside. That's a big move. For a big one from Charlie Wolfett. That's going to help Wolfett in terms of the IC as well. We'll move from 3 points to 2. Could potentially be on the front row here, I think, for one of those super heats. We'll see the points get updated in a short moment's time. Really pleased to see for Albi Lapper, though, you know, showing in terms of race pace that the speed that we saw in qualifying wasn't just one of those fluky ones.
It wasn't a one-lap wonder moment. Yeah. You know, because in the heats he's just as quick.
Yep, and pulling away from the rest of the field after a bit of bad luck in the first round of heats. Ellis Bell, just for the record, is I think having a bit of a manual transponder or manual logging of the lap times there. That's why you see the number 6 or 6th place kart hopping up and down. Not hopping up and down is James Kell. That's the 252 for Coles Racing. Out of this race, goes no further than the end of lap number 7. It's a real shame for James Kell. Could be a bit of that's going to be a tall order to get back into the top 32. I think that's 2 results. So we got to the end of the previous round of races, did James Kell, but it was down in around 18th place. So you're looking at getting into that top 34. They'll all be looking at the intermediate classification overnight and going, right, what do I need to do? What kind of result do I need to get in the superheat to either go from outside to in the final or move up a few rows in the final? That's going to be a really, really big ask for James Kell to be on the grid for the big one on Sunday afternoon.
Good places gained then by the likes of Jake Flewitt and Joel Dixon-Cohen. They're in 12th and 13th, both up more than 10 positions. Lillian Scarborough as well, she's gone up by 9. Lillian, one of the drivers that's joined us from America for this weekend. She's from Georgia. Sporting a Ricky Flynn suit. They're a British team, but don't compete in the ROTAX category. But she's come over, she's racing for Strawberry this weekend and said she likes the track, she likes the kart. She really likes the ROTAX, and you know, she's making up some good positions within this race. In 17th, can she break into that top 15 position? But it's the two female drivers, her and Eva Morris, that are in that 16th and 17th at the moment.
Well, yeah, no, we see it sometimes with European drivers, and particularly with Strawberry Racing. They've got some good relationships with the teams out in Europe, and particularly those running OTK products as well. So
it's a bit like football, where drivers like go on loan a little bit and float around. You see that from Strawberry, I find.
Yeah, and they come to this championship because it's often said that the racecraft has to be on point from a driver to do well in this. So, like, you can have the speed, you can have the speed on the Euro circuits and the different style, but when it comes down to, but sometimes you can just see it in Europe, can't you, that a driver can do 20 laps at 99.9%, and they're great at that, but they can't quite make that crucial overtake that's the difference between a podium or not in those big races. The drivers come here to learn that last 0.01% and then go back to Europe to execute.
You know, you go to the ROTAX Grand Finals, and more often than not, throughout practice, qualifying, heats and the finals, it's the British drivers that are in that, you know, really high order. And you know, I think it was 2023, Britain took over 25 drivers out to Bahrain to go and compete. Just highlights the level of racing out here, and the level of racing is getting hotter and hotter as we head into pit bend. That's Riley Cranham losing position there. He's been overtaken further back down the order. That's Cranham in 12th position, so he lost place then to Ewan House, who's a rookie driver within this one. Ewan, you know, with Coles for 2025, he's not competed in the championship. As I said it, commentators cursed. He's lost 3 positions there because Cranham has overtaken once again. I think make that 4 because he's been done once more as they head down to Hangar. But Ewan doing a good job out there. You know, rookie drivers, it's a big thing for drivers, not only to jump into the grid, but also to learn new circuits like this.
Absolutely, and we look forward to the trip north of the border for Ewan House and the other Scottish drivers in the paddock when we head to Larkhall International Circuit on the first full weekend of July for the next round of the ROTAX categories. And based on the weather that we had when we went there last year at this time of year, when we go in July, it's going to be 40 degrees, it's going to be as hot as Italy, and we're all going to burn.
Don't talk about the weather, because the last event I was at, we spoke about the weather all weekend, and then it would rain. And you talk about the weather now, Andrew, it would start raining or something crazy.
Yeah. Final lap board is out. Albie Lapper has a lead of 2.1 seconds and should be able to bring this home very nicely. Charlie Wolfett at the moment is 5th in the intermediate classification. He needs either to gain first position or have Archie Lovett immediately behind him lose positions. But then again, does he want to? Because at the moment he'd be on the inside of row number 2 for a superheat tomorrow, and a lot of drivers would prefer starting there than the outside of row number 1.
I'd question, actually, Andrew, and then maybe I'll ask some drivers this evening, would you rather start in 3rd or in 2nd? Because that pole advantage, the pole side, looks strong, and who has looked strong is Albie Lapper, who takes the checkered flag then for a heat win. Starts on pole, finishes in 1st position, 2 seconds over Charlie Wolfett, who has gained 3 positions within that race to finish in 2nd. Archie Lovett then finishes in your top 3 ahead of Kai Clark and Noah Barham, who is in 5th. Ellis Bell meets the checkered flag in 6th ahead of Zane Quaker, Luca Holmes-Ballack, William Archer and then Sebastian Clark.
Strawberry Racing building across the course of the weekend then. Nanny Bab's happy about that one as well. Albie Lapper wins it then, and as things stand, will be, if I've got my maths right, on the inside of row 2 for Super Heat B tomorrow. So a useful place to start from there. Rest of the running order: Riley Cranham, Eva Morris, Joel Dixon, Cohen, Ewan House and Jake Flewitt all in the top 15. Decent drive there from Lillian Scarborough, up 10 positions for Lillian to 16th ahead of Jack Collinson, Henry Cameron, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Benjamin Baker all in the top 20. Drivers all having problems in that one. Jensen Chalk P21 ahead of Elliot Surtees, Sebastian Louche and Shane Chandaria, the last of the 24 finishers. 4 retirements in total. James Kell on lap number 7. We'll come back to that in a minute. Harry Taylor, Marta Kobahidze and Thomas Harper all out on lap 1. What have you seen, Nicole?
I think potentially a nose cone for Riley Cranham. Riley finished in 11th position, went up by 5 places, but that, if it is a 5-second penalty, is going to drop him down to about 19th position if nobody behind him is also given a 5-second penalty.
And that's the thing with so many juniors in the field this weekend, 56 in total. You know, for nearly 20 of them, they're going to have that. Well, more than 20, in fact. I just recalibrate myself back into UK mode there. You know, 22 drivers are not going to make that final. They're not going to have a repechage to give themselves a last chance. You know, qualifying route back in, and a 5-second penalty across these 2 heats and a super heat tomorrow, that can make the difference, can't it?
It's a harsh one, you know. It is really a pack your suit and your helmet because you're going home, but that's racing, and at some point every driver will experience that they just can't get into that final.
Well, it's not quite go home time yet. Super heats tomorrow at 12:50 and 1:10 for the juniors. For the last bit of activity though for the juniors, Nicole, take us through the highlights.
Well, it was lights to flag for Albie Lapper, then took the race lead at the start and continued for the rest of it, but there was drama through the chicane on that opening lap for the likes of Mate Kobahidze, Thomas Harper and James Kell. We saw Harry Taylor had to retire as well. I think it was actually Mate Kobahidze had some drama going out of hanger, so take that back, it was not him involved in that chicane section. We had Zane Quaker really push in the early stages, but he had a lap where he just got it all wrong, clipped almost every curb on every corner, and it got him all out of sorts, and he dropped back down the order, but did continue to finish within that top 10. This was the stage where things really lit up between Quaker, Barham, and you had Ellis Bell get all involved. You also had the likes of Ewan House have a bit of drama out there, but the Coles have looked quick so far, and of course this is a home circuit for Coles, based out of Taunton, just up the road, so got that good track knowledge so far this weekend. As you can see, they've given it to Ewan House on these race highlights, straight down the inside of Riley Cranham into pit bend. A good move done, but like we said, going back to Albie Lapper, it was lights to flag, and it was lights to flag by 2 seconds.
Very good stuff there from Albie Lapper. We'll see the juniors out again tomorrow afternoon, actually. Well, we will see them in the morning, of course, for their warm-ups if you're here at the circuit. And so, as say, 12:50 and 13:10 for the super heats is the next time we'll see them in a racing capacity. More to come here from Dunkeswell after this short break. Back here at Dunkeswell, getting ready for the last race of this particular bit of the second rotation, as it were, of the agenda in terms of races, and getting ready for Micromax for the second heat for Nicole. What are we thinking ahead of this one?
Well, I think we'd like to see some onboard footage from Dean Pahal. Dean then following the 35 kart into pit bend, Leighton hard on the brakes and just heads out, just kisses the white line on the exit. Then into this chicane section close to that entry curb, cuts back on yourself onto the second and through the third. Nice run then down the airfield mini straight. You then go down, similar braking throughout all of these corners, really, you know, those harsh braking zones where you can really use all of the rubber, making sure you're under the rubber, especially through that left-hand hairpin where you cut back on yourself. Blind entry then into Hangar Bend at the far end of the circuit, where these drivers really can't see what is going on down there until they arrive. Makes it hard work for the drivers, and it can get a little bit busy down there. Dean then just battling away through the curbs of the bus stop, dogleg corner, and then back down under the start-finish gantry to meet pit bend once again.
Good stuff there from Dean Pahal. Quick update on the results from race number one, heat number one, for these young drivers. It was race 5 here at the circuit. Alfie Garrett taking a victory, very good victory indeed for SFR Motorsport. Albert J. Stubbs and Ralph Martin completing the top 3. Who's going to win this one? We're going to find out next. All set to go then for heat number 2 in Micromax UK. Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masioka start on the front row. Ralph Martin and Dean Singh Pahal go from row 2. LBJ Stubbs and Dimitar Uzanov start on the third row of the grid. They're ahead of Charlie Page and Dax Farrer on row 4.
Going off row number 5 is Harris Barber for Strawberry Racing and Otto Ame for Coles. Going on 6, we have Sebastian Crawford with Albert Farrow. Shortly behind on 7, we have Ansel Murray with Ethan Lloyd, and then on 8, we have Will Rainwright with Oliver Woodall. Going from row number 9, we have Scotland's Chloe McGill with Arlo Gamble, and then on row number 10, we have Archie Gupta with Freddie Walker.
20 drivers in total for this one. Points, intermediate points from the first round of heats carry over, of course, into this one. It's another 10 minutes plus 1 lap heat for all the drivers here in Micromax UK. Who are we going to see on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow? We're going to find out in the next 12 minutes or so. We are away and running once again. Good start for Garrett. Round the outside there, Masiokas has to be patient. Oh, there's a couple of spinners in the back half of the field. One of them is Oliver Woodall in the number 40. Apart from that, we're all good. Running through turns 2 and 3. And a decent start as well, Nicole, for Ralph Martin there in the Strawberry Racing suit, Tony Kart suit and the black helmet. Ralph Martin up to P2.
Absolutely has. Within this one then, it is Charlie Page to keep an eye on, because he had a retirement in his previous heat, so he's got some work to do within these 10 minutes. Back on the back of the screen, we can have seen Chloe McGill having a bit of a battle with the rookie driver of Arlo Gamble. They head out of Hangar then to meet the dogleg section race leader, Alfie Garrett, just clipping that entry curb to really try and maximise what he can out of that Micromax engine. It's Alfie Garrett that leads once again from Ralph Martin. The rookie driver is then your O-Plate champion and round 1 winner, Benedictus Masiokas, that rounds out your top 3, but promotes himself into second, overtakes Ralph Martin through the chicane section, and it looks like now Ralph Martin could be under threat by Uzanov going down the mini straight, closes things up and hugs that white line just to protect that position, and that's brought Dean Pahal into things. Now Dean Pahal gets himself into 4th, overtakes Uzunov, who just lost some momentum from that defending that Ralph Martin did.
Yeah, good stuff there from the Minimax drivers, youngest drivers in the paddock, aged between 8 years, a year of their 8th birthday, and 12 years of age, all of them on the Vega tyres as well, so slightly different compounds to everybody else in the paddock. At the front of the field, though, it is the SFR Motorsport duo of Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masioka. Side by slide there between Pahal and Uzunov, and I think it's Pahal who's going to be at the front of that group off of turn 3. Yes, it is. So Dean Pahal up to 4th place now, the 99 of Albie J Stubbs in the middle of that group as well. Charlie Page, you mentioned him, Nicole, needing a good result in this one. In the first race, 19th, 19 points on the board. That's not what you want after the first round, but Charlie Page doing a decent job out there at the moment. At the moment, that 7th place probably be moving, though we've not got record of it on our screens, probably be moving Charlie back up into the top 15 of the grid for tomorrow's Super Heat, which you will be able to watch here on the Karting UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live YouTube channel or Motorsport TV. Do give all those channels a subscribe at your leisure. Really does help us out, including our young drivers. Keep letting us know who you're supporting in the YouTube chats. Right now, though, all looking very good for Alfie Garrett, not only in the lead of this race, Nicole, but 6 points in the lead of the intermediate classification as things stand.
Absolutely is, Andrew. Albie Stubbs, though, really hustling the back of Dean Pahal now for that 4th position. Dean onboard camera, we saw that he can put a quick lap in, but can he defend from the likes of Albie Stubbs, who has really grown in confidence over the past couple of months? Albie out there with the SPR team on that Kart Republic, looking really quick, and weekend after weekend we see more and more results from him. Can he get a result within this heat? Looks down the inside of Dean Pahal, is closer to that entry curb, has to let Dean back through. That's going to make him vulnerable to the likes of Uzunov's. Now it looks like Albie, is he going to be able to be the first driver into that right-hander? Yes, he is. So didn't have to concede too many places after that slight mistake with Dean Pahal. Does continue to sit there in 5th place, but that has allowed Pahal to break away from this pack ever so slightly. It's Pahal that battles out for this 4th position ahead of Stubbs, Uzunov, Charlie Page and Harris Barber there in 8th, who is your current fastest driver on the circuit.
Good to see Dax Farah having another good run here. Nicole is one of our biggest improvers of the weekend so far. 13th in the final at Warden Law. 9th at the moment, solidly in the top 10, just ahead of Albert Farrow, and we've seen the number 35 at times through the practice sessions be even higher than that, even up in the top 3. So keep an eye there on Kart number 35.
Change for 4th then. Albie Stubbs has overtaken Dean Pahal, and that's let Uzunov through as well. So Pahal's dropped back to 6th position, and that's really back to this pack up into each other, because we can now see Arthur Farrow and Dax Farah just tripping over each other for that 9th place. But what's all that done? That's let our 2 race leaders, Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masiokas, really pull away from the rest of the field. You can see Ralph Martin in there as well. He's got a little bit of breathing room ahead of the likes of Albie Stubbs. We have had a change for that race lead, though. Benedictus Masiokas, your O-Plate winner, is now leading the way.
Yeah, got that move done on that last lap. Didn't see it, apologies, on the cameras, but to swap there doesn't change things for Garrett in terms of intermediate classification. If anything, that just solidifies things for Masiokas for 2nd place on the grid. That's going to get a little bit close to the line between Page and Farah, and there may be a chance here for Dax Farah to hop through. Brilliantly done by Dax Farah. Takes 2 positions through that sequence of play. Having a look at the replay here, this was the move. Okay, brilliant stuff there to get that replay on our screens. Masiokas got the move done on Garrett down into turn 1.
Masiokas as well, once he made that overtake, signal to Garrett to say push forward. So maybe a little bit nervous that Alfie Garrett is going to overtake him once again. Probably something in Masiokas' mind just telling him, maybe I need to tell him, communicate to him not to overtake me again and push forward and keep pushing forward ahead of the likes of Ralph Martin.
Well, particularly the Ralph Martin, another case of one of the younger Strawberry Racing prepared drivers, with Mark Baines doing a lot of the hard work in that awning. They've looked quick this weekend, whether they're in part of a pack or out on their own. So, you know, they'll be conscious that they've only got a second's advantage over Ralph Martin at the moment there in 3rd place. Just following this this battle, this is the Pahal Barber 6th place battle, the Stubbs and Uzanov 4th place battle just ahead of them. Under 3 minutes to go on the clock now. There are your 2 leaders. What's the pace looking like? 52.7s for Masiokas and Garrett, and 52.8 for Ralph Martin. So this order for the SFR boys is working. They are extending their gap once again, Nicole.
Absolutely. Returning to the championship for 2025. Have been in things before, you know, disappeared for a little while, but are back for this season. Battle is on then between the likes of Harris Barber. Dax Farah is in there as well. Harris Barber was really quick in practice, but just hasn't managed to light things up in this one. As the 62 then, Uzanov really gets pushed onto the curb out of the left-hander and down towards Hanger Straight. Doesn't lose too much time to Harris Barber, but really got forced out wide there.
Yeah, found himself on the curb there and probably went for a bit of skateboarding down the curb in that moment. Back at the front of the field, Masiokas and Garrett. Gap is still just hanging around there at 1 to 1.5 seconds ahead of Ralph Martin. Garrett actually set the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 52.47 with that tow. Warning flag from race control is being shown to the number 96. That's Ansel Murray, one of the RCE drivers in this race. Ansel has been racing for a few years, since 2021. Another driver who's come through the Bambino ranks, was hitting 25 miles an hour before he turned 2, is what I've been told. So even at this youngest level within this paddock, a number of the drivers competing in Micromax UK, some of them have already got half a decade's experience.
Yeah, absolutely have. I don't know if you saw on socials, and Andrew, but there's a post that went out just to highlight some of the drivers that started when they were really young. You know, the likes of Cole Denham, and yeah, you can really see a difference in some of these drivers, and a lot of them started in Bambinos.
Colby Patterson hasn't changed. Harrison Mackie has. We'll leave that one there. 40 seconds to go on the clock here for the second heat for Micromax UK. Still this 1-2 for SFR Motorsport. Masiokas ahead of Garrett. Ralph Martin doing a great job here. So hard around any circuit, especially in a cadet category, to be on your own. He's not being completely dropped by the 2 ahead, but he's also not falling back into that group of Stubbs, Pahal, Barber and Uzanov. This has been an impressive drive from Ralph Martin.
The thing is with Ralph, though, he's in quite a good track position where he's close enough to be able to see the 2 ahead and, you know, use it as motivation and use it as a chase.
Yeah.
A lot of drivers really love a chase, and I'd say the way Ralph Martin is driving, he is one of those.
Is indeed. So time is up. Last lap board is going to be shown in a few moments' time. Leaders are through turn 4 once again. Harris Barber and Dimitar Uzanov still haven't fully decided who's going to finish this race in 6th place. Got a near 2-second advantage over Dax Farah in 8th. Charlie Page and Otto Remy completing the top 10 right now. Not any massive movers, like more than 5 places, but a few have gained 3, including Chloe McGill and Arlo Gamble. As here's a move for the race lead. Alfie Garrett wants the clean sweep and has taken the race lead once again away from Benedictas Masiokas. That won't change things in the intermediate classification, but that's an interesting move from Alfie Garrett at this stage. Is this a statement of intent for tomorrow's Super Heats and final? Masiokas, who's looked almost unbeatable so far this season through the O-Plate meeting at PFI, through the first round of this championship season at Warden Law. But Alfie Garrett here, his teammate, is taking it to the championship leader, defends into hangar through turn 8. Has he got the exit speed? Yes, he has. There is a back marker up ahead, which is Archie Gupta, who could come into play here just off of the final corner. It's going to be a sprint to the line. Garrett takes it. Beautifully done. Very, very tricky situation there off the last corner to take the back marker into account and not panic there, Nicole, to take the race win.
Read very well by Alfie Garrett there when he saw Archie Gupta, really positioned himself well, but so does Benedictus Masiokas. Did look like he backed off slightly because you don't want to tag the back end of that back marker, end up with a nose. So I'd say Benedictus had to just kind of sacrifice that potential race win just to secure that second place. But it was Alfie Garrett that took your race win and is your leader of the intermediate classification with 0 points. Leads the IC from Benedictus Masiokas in second place. We then have Ralph Martin, Albie Stubbs, Dean Pahal, Harris Barber, Uzunov, Farah and Charlie Page with Otto Ami that round out your top 10. We then have Albert Farrow, Sebastian Crawford, Ansel Murray, Arlo Gamble and Chloe McGill in your top 15. Chloe McGill was given a 5-second penalty in the late stages of that race. And then rounding out your 20-strong grid is Ethan Lloyd, Freddie Walker, Will Wainwright, Oliver Woodall and Archie Gupta.
Top 4 in that race classification is also going to be the same order, pending any changes, of course, of the intermediate classification, and therefore will be the same order for the grid for the superheat tomorrow. So Garrett, Masiokas, Martin, Stubbs, the first 2 rows. Harris Barber, Dimitar, Uzunov will resume their battle from the 3rd row of the grid in the superheat tomorrow. Otto Amy, decent scoring there for Otto, will be on the inside of row 4 and joined by Albert Farrow. Let's have a look at some of the highlights before we move on to TQ for KZ2. Very solid start for the pole sitter, Alfie Garrett. Bit of an unfortunate moment there, spin for the number 40 of Oliver Woodall.
Yeah, Oliver Woodall, like you said, the pit bend corner just catching drivers out in almost every race start we've had so far today. We had Ralph Martin get overtaken through that chicane section, then by the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas, and from that point onwards it was the 2 SFR drivers that pulled away from the rest of the field and continued to lead and then battled out in the late stages. We'd had attempts by Albie Stubbs to try and push up the order, which he did, overtook Dean Pahal to get himself into 4th position, but at one point was battling away with Ralph Martin through that chicane section. This was the moment then you can just see Albie Stubbs just almost got pushed by Charlie Page through that one, and then they were battling as they headed down the start, the mini straight and into the right-hander. Your 2 drivers then, the 2 SFRs out at the front, were working together at the, throughout the race, signalling to each other, and left it really late to change the final position for that race win. Dean Pahal had a good one. He finished in 5th place, ends up higher in the not in your top 8 of the intermediate classification, but it was a good race lead, and from the struggles that they had yesterday within practice, not managing to get this chassis quite where they want it, I'd say that race result actually is quite a good one.
And yeah, no top 8 in the IC for Dean Pahal today, but let's flip the story around. It's often been the case of very strong heats performances on a Saturday for Dean Pahal, and then it's got a little bit wrong on the Sunday. Here's an opportunity for that to turn over when we get to those superheats. So the single superheat for Micromax, of course, and the final tomorrow. Times for those races, if you are of particular Micromax interest. Their warm-up here at the circuit, and remember, it's free entry for members of the public here this weekend at Dunkeswell. So their warm-up's at 10:56 for 5 minutes tomorrow morning. Their superheat is at 1:30 for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and then their final is at 4 o'clock. More to come here this afternoon at Dunkeswell. We're going to take another short break.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back once again to Dunkeswell, down in the southwest of England. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties today. Henry Burdett sends his apologies. He was a bit poorly when he got to the circuit this morning. But hopefully be back tomorrow. KZ2 up next, Nicole. Not a race. It's timed qualifying ahead of their heats tomorrow. Fresh tyres should be the order of the day for everybody out there. What are you expecting in this one?
Well, Ella Stevens was very, very quick in non-qualifying practice. See, she's good at the qualifying part of this, so expect big things from her within this session, and from Charlie Turner as well, who was second fastest in practice and who we were lucky enough to get an onboard lap from yesterday during practices.
Let's have a look at that lap. Flat out, nearly 100 miles an hour for the KZ2s through Pitts Bend for the start of the lap. This is the part of the course where setup absolutely key for the KZs through 2 and 3. And the ratios right as well as they accelerate through to turn 4. Hard on the brakes, downshifting once again. Flowing through the next couple of corners. Turn 5, a long left-hander, and 6, 7 before another of the big stops here. Tight entry into Hanger Corner for 8, and then no dogleg, of course, for the KZ2s. Building speed all the while. Little adjustment there for Charlie Turner. That is a lap of this Dunkeswell circuit for the KZ2s. And the aim of the game in this qualifying practice is do that 3 times as quick as possible. The average of those best 3 lap times sets the grid for the heats tomorrow. So this is one that's going to take a little bit of time just to get our bearings of who's looking quick, because it's not just necessarily, Nicole, one single flying lap.
No, absolutely not. In theory, you've got to get 30 corners right. It's a 3-lap average, 10 corners on the circuit. So, the drivers out there, you've got 30 opportunities to really get something done. Charlie Turner then on your screen, who we just saw the onboard lap with. I know he wasn't happy at Warden Law with the kart setup. They've moved over to that Formula K for 2025. Just was struggling maybe with that kart experience, not quite knowing what to put on the rear end, what to put on the front, those ratios of, but here, lit things up a little bit more, and Charlie, I would say, maybe knows Dunkeswell a little bit better than they know Warden Law, can put a bit more input into things. And of course, since Warden, we've had more testing time. And the other useful thing for Rush Performance this weekend is that they've got James Glenister back. That's another set of data. That's and a set of data coming from a very experienced driver. So you've got 2 heads out there that can tell you about the karts, and then you've got the teammate part for Charlie and James as well, where they compare the data against each other. They can you know, talk to each other. What are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? So there's two big things that come into it, both driving and setup.
And the data side of it as well, Nicole. So the last time we visited this part of the world for a British Kart Champs 2021, KZ2 was part of that meeting.
Yes.
Do you think there will still, even though it's been a 4-year gap, you know, a bit of data? I know a lot of things around the circuit have been changed and brilliantly improved, but you know, the tarmac's still going in the same direction that it's always done.
Yeah, to be honest, I started here more than 10 years ago now.
Yep.
The track itself, absolutely no different.
Yeah.
It's the exact same tarmac. It's never been resurfaced. You know, it was that well built.
Yeah.
And when Nigel Mansell took it over in 2005, the maintenance that's been done between then, 2023, where it was took over once more, and now the maintenance to the track, you know, has been that fantastic. They haven't had to change anything. So really, it's the same circuit that they're driving around on, and I think that's really benefiting the likes of Charlie, who was here the last time the British was here. Just out there previously, Andrea could see a little bit of squabbling going on between the number 6 and the number 5 of Miles Murphy and Derek Morgan. They were just fighting to get themselves into position. Maybe not what you want in a qualifying session, where it really is important that you get into a good track position. Ella Stevens then, with 2.5 minutes to go, is currently your fastest driver out there ahead of Miles Murphy. Ella was quickest in practice. She is your E-Plate champion. Very, very quick, and one of your 2 female drivers out there this weekend, because we've got Jessica Edgar in the KZ2 grid this year. Edgar, used to the gears, but in a Formula 4 car, jumped back to karting for 2025 and joined us at Dunkeswell. So it's good to have her here.
I'm reliably informed as well that Jess has a new chassis this weekend as well.
Okay.
So there was hope in the team that may get a little bit more performance from Jess. That kind of thinking that Jess was there or thereabouts at Warden Law, and obviously just racing up against, you know, some well installed and up to speed drivers. You know, you compare to a teammate, Ella Stevens. Ella did this championship last year. I think the hope there with that new chassis is like, that it wasn't Jess as a problem for, you know, what was it, 6th or 7th place around that area for Warden Law, that it was actually the kart that was holding her back a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on how Jess gets on in this one. Only 1.25 minutes to go in this one. At the moment, Ella Stevens is your fastest driver. 40.47 is the benchmark at the moment. And in fact, Ella's just gone and done the, well, how about that for competitive speed? Not faster, but the exact same lap time for Ella Stevens that time around. There's Miles Murphy for the More Racing entry. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note that Miles is running the 2025 KR bodywork. Now, I'm sceptical. I've been fairly open on this. I am sceptical of how much those NASA panels actually give performance in direct drive. But in gearbox, where the speeds are a bit higher, you know, I think there's a bit more potential there that you could see an aerodynamic development, not necessarily through the corners, but the cleanliness of the airflow at those high speeds of 100 mile an hour plus.
Time's coming in then, and it's still Ella Stevens that is your fastest driver out there. She leads from Ralph Jungling in the Sodi kart by 1.5 tenths, and then it's Oliver Stewart also with Jade Racing Team that is your top 3. Time has ran out on the board, and the next driver coming round the circuit will receive that checkered flag. Ella Stevens, though, looking really strong. Fastest lap by her is a 40.23, but of course, 3-lap average comes into play within this one. Ralph looking really good within this qualifying session. Really picked things up between his last practice out there and quali. The likes of Ella Stevens, then she has crossed the line and will take provisional pole, but Jess Edgar, Brinkinch and Nino Piccolo have not quite finished just yet. We take you through your order then, as all drivers have met the checkered flag now, and it is Ella Stevens, the E-Plate driver for the Jade Racing Team, that takes pole position by 1.5 tenths over Ralph Jungling. Charlie Turner takes 3rd with a 40.56 as his best time. Him and Oliver Stewart are actually matched on times there, Andrew. 40.55, both drivers.
Mighty close in KZ2. The top 8 covered by just over 0.4 of a second. So Stevens and Youngling, Ralph Youngling, will form the front row of the grid for the heats tomorrow. Charlie Turner and Oliver Stewart, plenty of experience there on row number 2. Oliver Stewart effectively your championship leader, because Timo Youngling, who scored the most points across the course of the weekend at Warden Law, is not here this weekend. Brother Ralph is, who just does a practice start there ahead of tomorrow. Timo's racing in Valencia, or has been racing in Valencia this weekend, and is racing in the FIA Championship next week. So Stewart only 3 points behind, as I say, effectively championship leader. Miles Murphy made a lot of changes to that More Racing number 5, and we'll start on the inside of row number 3 for tomorrow's heat. Good qualifying there from Miles with that new aero kit. James Glenister alongside on that row. Ashley Lewis and Jess Edgar on row 4. Good qualifying there from the first of the privateers, Bailey Rigglesford. Bailey didn't run yesterday. So, in fact, both drivers who didn't run yesterday have had a good effort there. Rigglesford and McKeown on row number 5. Nat Thomas and Derek Morgan, row number 6. Lee Ward and Bryn Kinch on row 7. Nino Piccoli on row 7. And I'll say this about Nino. I love Nino. I've only known him for 2 race weekends. But this is the story of a man who's been out of karting, competitive karting, for 24 years. This is a dad and lad effort, like back in the cadet days, but all grown up and here in KZ2. The aim for Nino last time around, he told me yesterday, was to not get lapped at Warden Law, which he achieved. The aim this weekend is not finish last. Okay, he is 15th out of 15 in this qualifying session, but look at the gap from front to back. 1.4 seconds off Ella Stevens, who we've talked about many times this weekend, is on fire this weekend, and Piccoli only half a tenth off the next driver. That is a mighty improvement from where we saw Nino in terms of pace, what, 4 or 5 weeks ago?
Absolutely was. And when you talk to Nino as well around the paddock, he just loves to be here.
Yeah,
he's just like
always
a
up for a chat.
He's such a breath of fresh air. Like Warden Law, you know, he came in, it was a retirement, and he was still smiling.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think I've ever retired from a race still smiling, but it's great. Great guy.
Nat Thomas there, 11th place on the grid, less than 0.6 off the ultimate pace for Ella Stevens there. And I think this question again of what's happening with the Rush Performance guys. Are they getting on top of the Formula K chassis, the IPK product? Are they getting, I know the balance of the setup of grip front to rear is what they were really wrestling with earlier on in the weekend. I think the answer is yes. You know, that again, from the qualifying session that we had at Warden Law to now, they weren't across the board 3-4 tenths off the pace of the Jades last time out. So they're getting there. And who knows? You know, they're still learning with that Formula K product. Who knows where they could be by the end of the season?
Exactly that. And the rate of knots that they're improving by.
Exactly, yeah. They could well be on top by the time that we of course go to Glanny Gores in mid-June, and then Kimbolton in August. Both of those events should be fantastic. I must admit, though, I love it here this weekend. It's brilliant. But I'm really looking forward to KZ's around GYG. That is going to be very, very special. More to come from KZ2 tomorrow, of course. Their heats and their final will be live all the way, brought to you by Alpha Live. We're going to take another short break, I think, before we go back to more racing in the ROTAX categories here at Dunkeswell. 2 more races to go here today at Dunkeswell for Heat Stay. Edward Haynes and Riley Morrow are on the front row for this one in Minimax. Logan Rolfe and Austin Oman go from row number 2. It's Joshua Griffin and Max Jolly on row number 3. They're ahead of Lucian Smith and Josh Cormack on row 4.
Row number 5 houses Ryan White with Christian Sanguetti. On 6 we have Alfie Ward and Alfie Mayer, and shortly behind on 7 is Soren Gallagher with George Swire. Going from 8 we have Arthur Farrow with Akil Genome. And going from row number 9, we have Fraser Anderson with Aidan Hammond.
Row number 10, Stanley Stafford and Nelson Taylor completes the top 20. It's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Leo Livings on row 11. Jensen Walker and Elijah West on row 12. Eddie Duncan completes the 25 runners in this one. It's an A versus B race. Fastest drivers through qualifying taking on each other for this one. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. I think we're going to go round again. Yes, we are. That formation not to the satisfaction and the standards of race director Nigel Edwards, who you can see on the gantry there, ably assisted by Dan Ashton and team who are out on circuit, all of our observers, CCTV room as well, and Connor Clifford on duties this weekend as the driver's representative for incidents out there on track. And Connor, who I'm reliably told in my ear is now racing MX-5s, so stepping up into the world of kart racing. Many of these drivers looking to build their careers both in karting and car racing. What are they going to do in this one? Under starters orders, they'll go through the dogleg, and pole position on the line here for tomorrow's superheats. Very much an open book on who's going to take the top spot at the end of today. We are racing once again at Dunkeswell. Good start for Haynes, good start as well, I think, for Lucian Smith, flying through the order on the far side of the road there. One of the global karting runners, it's the number 5 of Griffin, has got through into second place. That's a much better start, Nicole. I think we've still got all of our drivers competing in this one.
Just looked like Austin Oman was getting shuffled down the order on the early stages, decided to try and hang it round the outside through pit bend on the first opening corner, but it didn't quite look like it paid off for him. Does look like by eye we've got all of our drivers running round in the order. Haven't had much early lap drama like what we've seen in all of the previous heats. Edward Haynes, though, controlled start to begin this heat. He does lead from Logan Rolfe there in second. Potentially a timing issue because by eye I think that's actually Josh Griffin,
yes, it is, yeah,
running round in second position. So it is Edward Haynes ahead of Josh Griffin through the chicane section, and then Logan Rolfe is sat there in third.
Good starts on that first lap. Alfie Mayer, George Swire at 4 and 5 places respectively. Achille Giannone and Aidan Hammond also up 4 and 5 places respectively, and solidly into the top 15 now. 8.5 minutes remaining in this race. There is the 1:15 on your screens of Alfie Mayer, who's looked really quick, had a very good run out in Wackersdorf for the recent ROTAX Euro Trophy race. Once again, and a continental event in the ROTAX categories. A lot of race wins for British drivers over there in mainland Europe, but back here in British Kart Championship form, side by side between the 147 and another one of the global runners there. That's Ryan White going toe to toe, gaining positions through this order with Logan Rolfe, I think, in the 132.
Logan Rolfe then overtaken by Riley Morrow through pit bend, and he has just dropped down slightly through hanger, then just gets hung out to dry, does Logan Rolfe. It looks like he's going to lose 4 or 5 positions now. Yeah, really does. So he's dropped down to about 11th place within just half a lap. So he's gone down by 6 places within that one. Max Jolly maybe not had the start that he would have wanted to this race. Your O-Plate and round 1 winner sat there in 8th position behind Austin Oman. Both had difficult starts. Are they going to work together to try and fight back up the order? Probably not, because Max Jolly heads down the mini straight then to try and overtake. Gets the move done on Austin Oman. Not quite. Oman's going to have the run going back into that left-hander. That leads the O-Plate driver of Max Jolly out to dry then, and that's let Logan Rolfe slot back in.
Still,
go on,
still very, I was just saying with Max Jolly, still very early days in the championship, of course. But I feel like this is a big one for Max Jolly, in that if you think PF for the O-Plate, in with Strawberry Racing, Straubs know PF better than anybody. You know, and then racing at his home circuit at Warden Law. This is kind of the first test across the course of the season, I think, of the true championship credentials of Max Jolly. If he can get a good result here, where other teams perhaps have a bit more of an edge over Strawberry Racing, and other drivers in terms of their experience around this place have an edge over him personally, it could really set him up as a bit of a bedrock for the later rounds when we go to Larkhall, when we go to Wilton Mill, where everybody's strong, and then back to PF for the end of the season.
That's a retirement then by Soren Gallagher, the 141. So he has put it in the pits for Strawberry Racing. What you were just saying then, Andrew, going back to that, like you said, bit of an unknown territory for Max Jolly then at this circuit. Like you said, he had the advantage that Strawberry know PF as well. For the O-Plate. He had the advantage at Warden Law for round 1 that he knows the track that well because he used to be with Hunters.
Yep.
But, you know, you come to Dunkeswell, hasn't driven the track before, doesn't really know it other than at the pre-rounds. So if he can have a good result here this weekend, I think it will really highlight for the rest of the championship the talent that driver has.
Absolutely. 5.25 minutes remaining in this one. Edward Haynes on his way to potentially pole position in Superheat A tomorrow. Through and out of turn number 8. There's the 147 of Ryan White, currently in 6th place. Aidan Hammond's continued to progress through in this race. Hammond, well, just as I say that, lost 4 positions on that last lap, so was up into the top 10. Was the top rookie in this race, Nicole, but is now slipped to 14th.
Questioning then what Joshua Griffin is going to decide to do if he can catch up to the number 7 of Edward Haynes, because Griffin in the previous heat had a 5-second penalty, which really dropped him down. So within this one, is he going to risk it and try and overtake, or is he going to be happy with the second and just sit there to preserve those results? Another retirement within this one then. The 1944 MLC has decided to come into the pits. That is Jack Fulbrook Harmer then, lap down within this one so far. No more racing for him today as we are on our 3rd and final Minimax Heat of the day. Edward Haynes though continues to lead the way, and now we have had a change for 2nd position. Riley Morrow has overtaken Joshua Griffin for that 2nd place. Riley, fastest driver out there on the circuit. Riley Morrow, to me, is a driver that's come here this weekend and really lit things up, I'd say.
Definitely so. Riley, a bit of good catch there by Ryan White. Just got a little bit deep on the brakes into turn 4. Nearly made contact with the back of I think it was the 111 of Austin Oman.
Well held.
Yeah, really, really well held and well orchestrated by Max Jolly, just to not panic there, and was able to take 7th place. But yeah, back to Riley Moore, another driver. I know we were talking a bit about it in the micros. These drivers still so young, you know, it's between the years of 10 and 13 for all the drivers out there. But Riley's another example. I remember seeing Riley race Bambinos round, you know, not too far from here, Clay Pigeon back in the day, and you know, has got so much experience already. You know, he's been racing for probably 6 years now. But I really think the way that he's picked up and here in Minimax, we've been talking about it all season, how, you know, there's lots of seeds in there and front runners in micro last year. Yeah, I think Riley Moreau has surprised some in terms of how he's been able to force his way through and make an impact in the early stage of this season. But for those who've been watching him for a good few years, they know, yeah, Riley's a winner out there on track, so it's good to see him up at the front.
We just had a change on the exit of Hangar then between Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith. So that is Mayer that's got himself into 4th position, up by 8 places ahead of the KR Sport driver, the 144 of Lucian Smith. 5-second penalty is awarded to the 132 of Logan Rolfe, who started in 3rd place, has been shuffled down the order, is currently in 10th. So that 5-second penalty will drop him to about 20th place currently. We have, of course, got just under 2 minutes left, so expect things to change. This is the battle then for 4th place between Mayer, Smith, Oman and Max Jolly. Max Jolly is now your fastest driver on the track. Are we going to have a move for 4th place by Lucian Smith? Yes, we are. Smith then down the inside of Alfie Mayer to take that 4th place. That's brought Max Jolly into things. Max Jolly trying to hang it round the outside. Will he get the run down the Hangar straight? No, has to lose places now. That's lost him 2 or 3 places now, Max Jolly. I think he's lost about 3 places Jolly has lost by trying to hold that outside line.
And maybe that's a little bit of the lesser experience of this circuit. He tried to go for a move there in Austin Oman. Austin was never going to open the door and let Max through, and it meant he was on the outside line there, had to wait for his moment whilst everybody else in that group came through. Maybe it would have been a bit better just to wait behind Austin Oman for a better opportunity later on, but he'll learn from that. He'll review that, watch that later on this evening ahead of those super heats in the early part of Sunday's timetable. There is a cut-off for this class, but it's only 3 drivers who will drop out, so the vast majority know that they will be going through into Sunday afternoon's big race. 25 seconds to go on the clock then. Edward Haynes still your race leader. Riley Morrow back by 0.7 of a second. Joshua Griffin still within touching distance. If you can have a strong finish here, there could be a chance of 2nd place for returning Joshua Griffin, who won the pre-round here a couple of weeks ago. Time is not quite up, so we're going to get 2 more laps in here. And field running through into this group with Lucian Smith in 4th place there. Alfie Mayer running in 5th for another good result for SFR Motorsport, who are continuing to grow their presence, particularly in the younger categories in this paddock. Looking a little bit further down the order, good drive so far, Nicole, by Leo Livings, up 8 spots to 14th.
Yeah, good showing by Leo within this one. No major movers in this 3rd heat. Elijah West is up by 8 places, so good result for the rookie driver. Like we said previously, Andrew, very few drivers won't make the final, so even if you're a little bit further down the order, sometimes you can rely on you are safe if you've just done enough within this one. Time is running out though, because we are on the last lap of this final Minimax race of the day. Edward Haynes continues to catch that race lead. Riley Morrow and Josh Griffin are in 2nd and 3rd. No change from Morrow or Josh in the past couple of laps, are just following the driver in front of them around pretty much for the whole thing. But Riley Morrow is definitely aware that the number 5 is just behind him, has a quick look over the shoulder just to view what that gap is. But it doesn't look like Joshua Griffin is going to have the run out of Hangar to try and catch him for that 2nd position. Edward Haynes, though, another race win. He will meet the checkered flag as your race winner. Stellar showing by Edward Haynes in the Strawberry Racing Kart today here at Dunkeswell for round 2, day 1.
No nonsense from Edward Haynes. That is a very good day's work from Strawberry Racing and the number 7 seed from last year's championship. And well, could Edward Haynes add to his record of 2 wins, 6 podiums across the course of his British Kart Championship career. He wins Heat 3. I reckon that means he'll start, all the maths will get done in due course. Haynes is going to be at the sharp end of the field for the Super Heats tomorrow. 2nd for Riley Morrow, 3rd for Joshua Griffin, who continues to impress on his British Kart Championships return after missing out of Warden Law. Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith in the top 5. Oman, Jolly, White, Warden, Rolfe all in the top 10 on the road. All of those results are before any penalties are applied, of course. George Swire 11th, Josh Cormack, Achille Giannone, Christian Sanguinetti and Leo Livings take us down to 15th. Good drive from Elijah West. I think yes indeed, was your biggest mover in that race. Joint biggest mover with Alfie Mayer. 8 positions gained for West up to 16th. Nelson Taylor, Aidan Hammond, Jensen Walker and Stanley Stafford take us through the top 20. And there were finishes as well for Fraser Anderson for Thule Motorsport, Eddie Duncan for TH Corsa and Arthur Farrow for DHR. 2 retirements from that race, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Soren Gallagher.
Chats going on there between the 2 teammates, the number 7 and the O-plate. Didn't want to wait until they were back in the order.
No.
You just shout instead, see if they can hear each other over the engines.
They can indeed. One more race to go here today. The seniors have got their A versus B race coming up, so don't go anywhere. Also, 8 p.m. tonight, the Paddock Show will be over on the Karting UK YouTube channel, and the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge on that one as well. What have we got next? So we've got some highlights.
Yep.
Let's go for some
We
highlights.
We had to see it again.
From that third heat for Minimax 950. This was the start. Probably the toughest bit for Edward Haynes, but again, rising to the pressure, and by the time got out of turn 1, he knew he was going to have a good chance of winning this race.
Absolutely did. Another lights to flag for Edward Haynes. Nothing to think about after that first corner. We did have a good start by Logan Rolfe, who started on 3rd position, but did later get shuffled down the order slightly. Just struggled, had a bit of a moment with one of the SFR drivers going through hangar, and that made him really vulnerable to the likes of Oman and Max Jolly, your O-plate. Jolly was doing his best to try and push forward, but a big moment then from the 147, the Hunter driver out there after the mini straight. Almost big dramas, but well held to not let the rear end be lost. Lucian Smith was on the charge. He finished in 5th position, made up 2 places. Him and Alfie Mayer were really trying to fight their way through the pack. Logan Rolfe did his best to try and pick up some positions after losing a smattering of places in the early stages, but it wasn't quite enough to not finish above 10th place, and I do believe he was given a 5-second penalty as well. But going back to Edward Haynes, your lights to flag winner, saw the checkered flag as your first driver for the 2nd time today. There he is on your screen with the black and orange helmet, with the strawberry branded suit on there. He's got a lot to be happy about today after racing.
Absolutely. No, as I say, no nonsense performance from Edward Haynes. Has been leading the line very, very well across the course of the last day and a half. For our Minimax drivers, those following Minimax, they will open things in terms of super heats. So they won't be first race of the day, because that's the first heat for KZ2. But Super Heat A at 11:30 tomorrow morning for Minimax, 11:50 for Super Heat B, and then the top 34 will race off in the first of the finals at 2:30 tomorrow, local time here in Devon. We'll be back with more racing here at Dunkeswell. One more race to go after this short break. Last race of the day, and it's senior ROTAX that take us through to the finish. For all of these drivers, this is their 2nd and final heat of this stage, of this 2nd round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Season 4, the top category in the ROTAX ladder. And it's still all to play for as well for that pole position in Super Heat A, and that clear path to potentially a haul of 65 championship points. I'm feeling good for this one, Nicole. I think this is going to be a tasty race to bring us to a close.
Yeah, I hope they leave us with good things today. Last race of the day, let's make it a good one. Starting at the front row of the grid as well then is your 2 DHR drivers. We've got Lizzie Mentier right at the front, so really looking forward to what Lizzie gets up to in her second heat of today. Poled it at the first round, poled it here again, but will start second to Matthew Higgins there on row number 1. Row number 2, we have Harry Bartle with Lewis Gilbert, and on row number 3, we have Freddie Ingram and Matty Hingley. Row number 4 is all DHR with Macaulay Bishop and Jack West, and shortly behind on 5, we have Jack Lilly and Archie Walker.
Nicole. Joshua Withcombe and Joshua Turnbull start on row number 6. Ewan Charman and Hugh Moulton on row 7. Kai Veach and Cian Geraghty will go from row number 8. Adam Wooden and William Pemble start on row 9. Charlie Cox and Mikey Walker go from row number 10. Miles Roby and Pearson Bullock Carter on 11. Henry Gregory and Jack Baker go from row 12. Luke Bate and Jack Gillingham complete the 26 runners for this one. Who's your money on for this race, Nicole?
Well, I think it's going to be out of probably Higgins and Gilbert within this one. Both really strong at the pre-rounds and from what I've heard in testing as well. And Higgins had that really good race win earlier with a very, very strong lead. Can he replicate same in his second heat of the day then? They'll go under the start-finish gantry for hopefully the final time. And they don't go on the first time of asking then. Nigel Edwards sends them round once again for another formation lap.
You see the flashing amber light to indicate an extra one. Is there some problems potentially for Jack Gillingham? Seeing him is not circulating out on circuit according to our timing.
I can see someone parked at the other end of the circuit.
So that could be Jack Gillingham. Oh, it's Cian Geraghty. Oh, Cian Geraghty with technical problems.
Then it looks like engine issues. Looked like he was trying to pull the choke, trying to get it restarted. Doesn't look like it's going to go.
And that is the end of the race. Dan Ashton over to direct to Cian that he's not going to be able to take the start of this race. It has not been the kind of weekend the Kart Masters GP race winner from last year would have hoped. Cian Geraghty is out of this one. That was, of course, in the X30 categories that Cian won his title, because at the front of the grid it's the GP plate holder in senior Rotax, Matthew Higgins, who will start this one alongside Lizzie Mentier for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The revs will rise. Do the lights go green this time? Yes, they do. Away we go. Good start for both on the front row. Can Higgins hold the advantage off of turn 1? Yes, he can. Harry Bartle's had a good start as well for Strawberry Racing. Higgins defends into turn number 2.
Whoa.
They have just about all made it through. There's a little bit of a hold-up in the middle of the pack. I think Jack Lilly's involved in the number 10 for Sam Pollitt Racing. A solid start there for Matthew Higgins. Nicole, he'll be happy at the front of this field.
All getting caught out in that complex section, but it doesn't look like anybody had to stop because of any of that drama, but we will update on which drivers have fallen down the list because of that. Matthew Higgins then, strong start from him, continues to lead the way ahead of Harry Bartle. We'll see where Lizzie Mentier has dropped down to, so it is 6th place within these early stages. Macaulay Bishop then trying to keep himself ahead of Lewis Gilbert, heads down into pit bend. So it is Higgins that leads from Bartle. Ingram is up there in 3rd place, up by 2 positions so far. Bishop did overtake Lewis Gilbert for that 4th. Mentier's in 6th and Jack West down in 7th. Oh, almost.
I'd say Bartle had a good go there down the inside of Higgins. Higgins left just enough racing room. That was actually quite heads-up driving from both Higgins and Bartle. Knew that if they want to win this race, they've got to keep themselves in contention. No good clashing wheels, locking together, taking yourselves out. on lap 2 of a heat. Higgins still leads from Bartle. Freddie Ingram there, the second of the Strawberry Racing runners, in third. Macaulay Bishop, the second of the DHR runners. And Lewis Gilbert has a little bit of a look. This will be interesting to see how Gilbert approaches this. Not seen Lewis in the pack too much so far in championship races this year. Is Macaulay Bishop back, ladies and gentlemen? I think on the basis of that move in for third place, the answer is a resounding yes. Bishop, brave on the brakes there, gets through past Freddie Ingram. Bishop knows he's still got a chance here, potentially being on the front row of one of those super heats tomorrow. Was very quick in fourth free practice yesterday. Offset his fresh tyre run relative to everybody else, and definitely caught my eye when he flew back to the top of the timing screens, Nicole.
Lizzie Mentier then battling it out with Archie Walker for that 6th position. Has caught back up slightly to the drivers ahead, which include Jack West and Lewis Gilbert. Jack West has conceded position to Lewis Gilbert now, that who now follows the likes of Freddie Ingram and Macaulay Bishop. Just wondering then, Andrew, Harry Bartle,
yep,
he's got 2 decisions. Do I try and overtake Higgins and back him up into the pack? Or do I push ahead because of who is behind me?
Push ahead because of who's behind you. That would be my answer. It's that, I know what you mean, of like, you know, you're trying to get pole position for the final, but you know, if you give Macaulay Bishop one little sniff, one little opportunity, he's going to take it.
The door handle. You don't even have to open it.
No, you just have to be near the door handle, and Macaulay's going to have a go because he's so brave, particularly on those brakes. Further down the order, a couple of drivers just to note. Kai Veach has had a good start. He's up to 6 places and into the top 10. William Pemble's also on the move. Does feel, I mean, I know for Cian Geraghty, it's a real shame that he's out of this race, but one of the positives, I think, for Strawberry Racing today is their pace in the seniors seems to be coming on as the weekend goes through the motions. They weren't completely at the races yesterday. Still pretty quick, but not as quick as DHR. The fact that you're starting to see Straub's drivers coming through the field, Pemble now up into the top 10. That's a good sign for the longer races tomorrow.
Bartle might need to start thinking about getting a wriggle on now then, Andrew, because Macaulay Bishop is catching up to the 2 drivers ahead. They did close the gap considerably within that previous lap. Bishop is faster than both Bartle and Higgins, not by much, but when the pack is this competitive and this long, is going to really, really play into things. And then you've got Freddie Ingram there in 4th behind Bishop, who is your fastest driver, so who's got the pace that if there is a gap, potentially to actually push Bishop through. And then the likes of Bartle and Higgins have got to think about 2 drivers going down the inside, not just the one.
Very intriguing situation then, as we're into the second half of time for this race. Nicole's drivers there, I think that was Hugh Moulton, who needs a good result in this one. Hugh Moulton had a issue in the first heat. He's up 2 places and into 12th spot now. There's Matty Hingley, 3-1-1. 9th place at the moment, just behind Archie Walker. Archie Walker's had a funny sort of day, and we'll come back to that because this is a battle between Bishop, West and Ingram. West has got through and into 4th place. And how about this? He's now taking on Macaulay Bishop.
Well, Ingram has jumped up into 3rd place. It was previously Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay now has been backed into the pack behind, so the likes of Jack West and Archie Walker. Archie Walker was previously defending slightly from Lizzie Mentier, Lewis Gilbert and Hingley.
Has Bishop got a problem? His pace has dropped off very dramatically here.
Yeah.
That was a 47.2 last time. I don't know, Ingram got through. This is very un-Macaulay Bishop-like to see him on the defensive this much. 4 minutes to go in this final. It might have just been he may have had I don't know.
He's dropped off of, you are right, he's dropped off of Freddie
and
Ingram
it doesn't look
considerably.
Doesn't look like he's going back on the attack.
Let's look at times as they head under the gantry then. Yeah, 46.48 on that previous lap. Ingram is in a 45.7. So he's dropped a fair bit down the order compared to where he was a minute ago. But he's not been overtaken yet. Or is it a question, we didn't see the move for 3rd place, was it a big one? You know, is he actually just a little bit rattled out there?
It'd be something quite dramatic to rattle Macaulay Bishop. I was, before I made that point, I was just about to say that Archie Walker's had a really strange day and not quite had the level of race pace that I was expecting to see from him, having won the pre-round a couple of weeks ago. And Archie's just slapped those words back into my mouth and gone through past Jack West for 5th place. So Archie Walker looking to finish the heat stay strongly. 3 minutes to go in this one. Higgins still leads by 0.8 of a second now from Harry Bartle. This is quite strange to see Macaulay Bishop. Just, I say, Macaulay Bishop looking over his shoulder. Didn't see that a lot in 2024. Interested to try and catch a word with him after this race, just to try and find out what is happening there with the number 1 cart.
You know, he looks okay now visibly. This, you know, times are pretty normal now. I'd actually say whatever went wrong in that middle stage of the race was actually just between Ingram and Bishop, that move, that change. Maybe he made a mistake, maybe it was just an impressive move by Ingram that really put Bishop off, because he's there now. It doesn't look like he's got any mechanical gremlins. He's circulating absolutely fine ahead of Archie Walker, who's now your fastest driver out there, and once again is telling you, Andrew, no,
shush.
I'm having a great day. Well,
Shush,
race.
Mather, shush. 2 minutes to go. As things stand in the intermediate classifications, Higgins pole, Bartle 4, so that would be pole as well for Super Heat B. Ingram and Bishop would be on the front rows, on the outside of the front rows for Super Heats A and B respectively. So it's still looking like a good result here for Macaulay Bishop. And crucially, you know, he's going to be further up the grid in those Super Heats than he's had to be in these qualifying heats today. Further back in the order, saw a bit of a scrap going on there. Jack Lilly is up a few positions, has got up to 14th place now, had a bit of a problem off the start. Of course, Mikey Walker has been under investigation, has now received a 5-second penalty, Nicole. So that's not good news for Mikey. It's not been a great race, down in 20th place at the minute.
Did say previously we had lost Ewan Charman, but I think that was a timing issue because he's shot back up to 14th place now. So Ewan Charman is still out there driving round. For any of his fans watching on, he is on your screen still going round there. Charman, pretty local to this track as well. He raced around here in cadets. I actually raced around him with him back in the day. So, you know, knows the circuit. Here we go then, it's getting feisty between Walker and Bishop for that 4th position. Bishop now looking like he's going to have to defend from the KR driver. Goes defensive down the mini straight and into the right-hander. Sits on that white line just to tighten things up from Archie. Same again into the left, just uses that middle part of the track instead of jumping onto the racing line, just to not give Archie any room. How will Archie respond going into Hanger and into the dog leg? Has Bishop sacrificed too much pace going in down? We'll have to find out, but dying stages of the race, so if Archie wants to make something work, he's going to have to do it soon. Going over the start-finish straight then, it's definitely on into pit bend. Macaulay Bishop still trying to defend from Archie Walker. Archie Walker really hustling the back, looking over his shoulder to see what the gap is to the driver behind, which is Jack West. Macaulay Bishop then, you can tell by the way he's driving, really doesn't want to give this position up. Once again, tightens it up, jumps onto that defensive line. Can Archie Walker get a run, potentially around the outside? Can he pick that pace up? No, he can't. It's backing the rest of the drivers up because it's bringing Jack West, Hindley and Mentier into this fight now. So it is a 5-kart battle for this 4th place. They head out of Hanger then and into the dogleg once more.
Checkered flag is out. Matthew Higgins takes 2 from 2 and will be on pole position for the first of the senior super heats tomorrow. Tremendous day for the young Welshman. Takes it by 0.8 of a second ahead of Harry Bartle. Bartle, with that result, secures his own pole position for Super Heat B. Freddie Ingram, impressive in that race, home in 3rd. 4th on our screens, showing for Archie Walker there, but I know there's been some needed to be some manual work for the timing today. And in fact, yes, I thought that was the case. It's now reset that, Bishop 4th ahead of Walker 5th. 6th For West, Lizzie Mentier, decent points there. P7, Kai Beach, Lewis Gilbert and Hugh Moulton all in the top 10, Nicole.
Top 20 then includes William Pemble, Frost Strawberry Racing, Adam Wooden, Ewan Charman, Jack Lilly, Henry Gregory, Luke Bate, Joshua Turnbull, Mikey Walker and Joshua Whitcomb. But don't forget, Mikey Walker was given a 5-second penalty. Charlie Cox, Jack Baker and Miles Roby are then the following drivers to finish and round out your 24 finishers. Then we did have early retirements from Cian Geraghty and Jack Gillingham. We're not sure what the problem was with Jack, but we did see Cian pull over on the rolling up lap. Looked like it was engine issues out there for him. But there, those two drivers didn't complete a single lap out there. Intermediate classification then, your race winner Matthew Higgins is currently your driver that leads the way with 0 points ahead of Harry Bartle, who finished second. He's on 4 points. It's then Freddie Ingram and Macaulay Bishop. Lewis Gilbert is in the top 5 in the IC, and then followed by Matty Hingley, Lizzie Mentier and Jack West. So actually your top 3 in that heat, your top 4 in the heat were your top 4 in the intermediate classification.
Whoa, he just did a barrel roll.
Found Henry. That's where he's been all day.
That's where he's been all day. I mean, that would definitely shake his tonsillitis up. No, good day's racing. Good day's racing here at Dunkeswell. All set up for those Super Heats finals tomorrow. Just in answer to some questions, I know there was a question there, where's Hunter? Kai was in Group C. So anyone who we didn't just read out there in that race result, they were in Group C. They did their 2 heats earlier on today. If you did miss any of the races earlier today,
that's a very loud clutch.
For someone out there. I'm going to turn my program control down there. That's very distracting. Yeah, they were in Group C. They raced earlier on today. If you did miss any of the racing from early today, or you just want to go and watch it back this evening, fill the time between now and 8 p.m. for the Paddock Show. You can watch it back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel or the Karting Live YouTube channel. You take your pick. Is that horrible sound finished? Yes, it has. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last race of the day. This was back to the race start. Higgins holding the inside line. Good start from Bartle as well. It shouldn't go unnoticed that Harry Bartle did a good job there. That's what happened. It was one of the ultimate R's.
I think that's Matty Hingley.
Yeah, getting involved with Jack Lilly. So that's why Jack was slow off of turn number 3. Bartle gave a good run at the start of the race as well. Looked like he could challenge potentially for the race lead.
Absolutely did, but decided against it because Matthew Higgins was too far ahead to try and go for a lunge. There was a bit of a battle going on between Archie Walker and Lizzie Mentier in the opening stages, and it did bring Matty Hingley back into things as well. Macaulay Bishop was overtaken by Freddie Ingram and dropped back into the pack and almost into the clutches of Archie Walker later on, who caught up after battling away with Mentier. Got a bit busy between the two going into pit bend. Walker tried to take the long way round, but it wasn't quite enough. Macaulay Bishop really defended well, hugged that white line just to tighten everything up and really keep Archie Walker behind him. It was Matthew Higgins then that took that lights to flag win ahead of Harry Bartle and then Freddie Ingram.
Very good stuff indeed for the senior ROTAXers. That's us done for Saturday Heats Day here for Dunks. More racing, of course, tomorrow. Kick-off, just to refer to our timetable, 11:10 for the first of the heats for KZ2 will be our first race of the day. Then we're into the Super Heats for all the ROTAX categories. I think we can bring the timetable up on your screens. Yes, we can. Basically a race every 20 minutes through those Super Heats. So 11:30 for Minimax. Split into groups A and B for these Super Heats. Same for seniors, same for juniors. Heat 2 for the KZs will be at 1:30. Paddock Show, which you can see premiering tonight. If you're here in the paddock, we're going to be heading over to Motorsport UK Race Centre in a bit. Do join us for the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. That will premiere at 8 o'clock tonight on the Karting UK channel, and you can watch it again during the lunch break here before the finals. 2:30 for Minimax, 3 o'clock for seniors, 3:30 for juniors, 4 o'clock for micro, and then 4:30 for KZ2. All of those second finals of the year the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, Nicole.
And because you're going to tune in tomorrow, rewind slightly, take a screenshot of that timetable, because we'll be live very early all day. And there's going to be a lot going on.
There is going to be a lot going on. As I say, it's still early stages of the championship, but you know, we could be looking back at this weekend when we get into the autumn, and there could be some drives that really, really make the difference for the drivers. Thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. If you've been with us all day, been involved on the comments, it's been great to have you with us. Keep an eye out for the premiere of that Paddock Show at 8 p.m. from myself, Andrew Mather, from Nicole Sutherland, and hopefully Henry Burdett tomorrow as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Saturday evening.